Sorry, I was talking without my mic. I was having all these conversations with all of you. I was like, no reaction. I was just telling you that my internet was down and I was freaking out. And they're like so calm. I was asking Jessica. I was talking without my mic. Oh, no, I have to. Having all these conversations with all of you. Now it's on echo because I have it on YouTube. If you want you can't tell anybody, but because we're not supposed to do these things on YouTube, but if you want your friends to see it, that's the link.
Hi, Sarah, can you hear me?
I can. Are you SK21?
I'm SK21. um, I signed into Concept Board, and when I signed in today, it said, "Are you part of this meeting?" from your link, and if so, click here, and then we'll get the administrator approval. Did you get anything?
No, that's weird. You shouldn't have to do that.
I know yesterday didn't have to do that.
Maybe I sent it to you as a. Let me see. I'll put it in the chat, see if you can get. It might be how you're logging in, like how I shared the link. I don't know.
No, it's probably me. Yesterday it worked, and it said it's not being used right now. So share it in chat.
Yeah, I will. It just has to refresh. Hi, James.
Hey, Sarah, how you doing?
Good.
So the concept board I'm looking at just on my iPad, is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine. You were able to get in?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, and we have Christina. Hi, Christina.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. So we have everybody. I'm just waiting for this thing to refresh, which takes a while. All right, there we go. All right, I'll put it in the chat. Let's see. So it's that. See, you can try to click on that link, Sabir. Christina, were you able to get on the chat, on the concept board?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay, very good.
So it says sign up. Okay, I created an account. I haven't used it before. Should I sign in or should I do guest access? I have your.
Yes, if you want, it should work.
All right, let's try that.
I was also going to share my screen, so you can also look at it that way.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. So
But
I'm just signing in, and let's see.
it's just helpful if you want to zoom around. It's easier than just seeing whatever's on my screen.
Right.
But the screen's fine too. I can always zoom in and out if somebody has.
Perfect. Okay.
All right. So thanks everybody. Do we have our crew? Looks like we have everybody.
Perfect. I'll just use the screen. It's simple enough. I'll see what's on your screen.
Okay, sounds good. All right. So so we have thank you to the jurors for joining us today. We have one more person that may join us a little bit later, kind of towards the end. But in the meantime, we have three jurors. We have James O'Connor, who's principal of Moore Rudell, MRY. I always butcher that name, so I'm going to use MRY.
Oh, that's fine. Most people do. It's a mouthful.
And then we have Christina Singiser. Is that right?
Thingizer, but that's close enough.
This is always the embarrassing part where I butcher everybody's names.
You're not going to butcher mine, so I've turned my video on.
And she's joining us from HMC. And then we have Saber Khan, who's an very old friend and a professor at Georgia Tech. I was on his reviews yesterday, which was very exciting, and got to see the work from his fourth-year studio. And just for everybody, this course is what's called, it's a vertical studio. We call them topic studios, but it's a mixture of fourth-year and fifth-year undergrads, and then we have two third-year MArch 1 grads, so they're all mixed in together. We have a 5-year BArch professional program and the MArch 1 professional program, so they're all in the professional program. For the fifth years, this is their last topic studio before they do their senior project, and for the fourth years, this is their first topic studio. Before that, they're in the core of the program where they're all doing basically the same thing. So they just completed their third year and going into fourth year. And the students can tell you their fourth and fifth year if they want to, or grads, or you can just guess. The work's pretty even, so it's hard to figure out what year they are. So what we did this semester was, this is an education studio, which is a funded studio. We have a few funded studios in the program where we work with industry, and this one is funded by HMC. And they came to our studio like 3 times during the semester to do workshops with the students to talk about formal and informal learning spaces. And then also we did an environmental analysis using software, one of the workshops. So I'm going to share my screen. Oh, also, this is broadcast on YouTube, but it's not public, so don't worry. It's just really there for the students in the other sections if they want to check out so we don't get too many people in the same Zoom room. So let me turn this stuff off. And so you're going to see the work of 5 students, so it's not too heavy a load. And let's see, zoom in. So if I share my screen, I'm just going to share the whole desktop so you can see everything. And then you can also navigate if you want to the concept board. So for the concept board, there's this little icon on the left-hand side. There's like a bell and then a check mark and then a little page. And these are shortcuts to the students' boards and also to the kind of course information. So I'm going to start with the site information. It may take a little while to refresh. So this is, we have different types of topic studios at Cal Poly. Some are more theoretical, some are actual, some are based more on actual building designs and clients. So this is one of the sort of more, I guess, realistic studios. And it's the site that we chose this year was Compton College. So I have been working primarily on projects. I've done this for 2 years on projects on community campuses throughout Southern California. And the reason we do community colleges is that it's part of the kind of a K through 12 community college system, which is under an organization that also does a competition, which is called CASH, which the students will submit to, and they don't cover kind of higher education four-year colleges. So it's under, it's a university project, but it's a community college. Compton College is in Compton. This is the campus, the existing campus. It was an old high school, which is being converted, which has been a community college for quite some time, but the site, the campus is going through some serious renovations and new buildings and a campus master plan. So this is why you can see these very long, skinny sort of classroom buildings that look more like a high school. And then these are the university kind of buildings. The site that we have is this one. At the bottom in black. And then next to it is the university library. And then I'll go to the master plan. So this master plan was developed by Gensler. Gensler also came and gave a workshop in the studio. And we're hoping to get other people involved, which is why today, last 2 reviews have been inviting people from other firms. So it'd be great to have James and Marwai involved in some capacity, since you all do these types of projects as well.
Right, sure.
So here's the library. This is the red, all the buildings in red are proposed projects. Some are under construction, as in this phys ed complex, and some are proposed. The last project that's being proposed is this one here in the center, next to the quad. And it's for a visual and performing arts building. There is an existing little theater that the university wants to salvage, but we did not, sort of got in the way of the project, and it's not really a significant building. There's also this proposed amphitheater. This is just a stand-in by Gensler. Some students chose to leave it as is, and other students redesigned it as part of their project. They've proposed a parking lot to the south, which would have a drop-off and then would be primarily for people coming to this visual and performing arts, and then also to the physical education complex. And then below that, it would be most of the parking and then all the fields. So this is the aerial of the campus. So you see again in red, the circle, that's our site. The campus doesn't really have any really significant projects on it, and they're very eclectic. There isn't a kind of an architectural style or that's really kind of prevalent. Every building is somewhat different. So one of the other things that we did early on, in addition to talking about, what does it mean to do an educational building and what are different types of philosophies about learning and teaching. So that was part of the semester. But one of the things that we found is that there was no program for this building, since it's still quite a few years off. So I thought it was a good opportunity to work with the students to teach them how you might program a building if there wasn't an existing program. So we developed a program, and you can see that here, based on other similar buildings So we had a big list of similar buildings at other universities that we used to kind of figure out the size of rooms and types of rooms that were there. And then the students did an analysis of the catalog since we didn't have a client per se that we could ask what rooms they needed. So we used the catalog and they figured out all the courses that are being taught. And then we estimated the number of students in the programs. And I did this work with them and they did this work in 4 groups. And the reason to do that was just to compare the outcomes to see if we were close. So each student group worked independently in groups of 4 and came up with an Excel spreadsheet where they developed all the rooms and what sizes we thought the rooms were. So it's maybe a little tedious, but it was useful for them to really understand the program. And what it turned out was that there was a lot of rooms. So this is one of these projects that is heavily plan-based, just because we also had to figure out kind of how to accommodate all of these various programs and just in a very tight site. So part of the gymnastics was to sort of figure out how to fit all of this, all of these various types of rooms that many of them have very specific geometries or requirements into this building. So part of it was a kind of, I guess, a kind of game as to how you fit all of these pieces into a box. So the basic programs are visual arts and photography, dance and theater department, the film and video department, and then the music department. And some of them have shared facilities, such as there is the auditorium that could be shared by multiple departments, and some of the classrooms. And then others were kind of more specific to the particular department. So the students also then, in order to, as a starting point, they sort of figured out all of these rooms, and we did several iterations of plans that we called the Frankenstein plans, where they basically used existing rooms and kind of fit them into a plan without necessarily worrying so much about the geometry, but just to kind of do these fits into the site, to fit the program into the site. At the beginning of the semester, we also did some other work, since this is, like I said, a visual and performing arts program. I gave them a list of artists that's listed here that they could select from, and they're a mixture of artists and filmmakers, choreographers, composers, dancers, that they could each select whoever they wanted to study, sort of what the artwork was of that particular individual. And then they designed, and then I also gave them a list of case studies of educational facilities. And they used the artist and the case study to do a kind of, to combine that research into what we called a little building. And that was a building for one faculty member, which would be the artist, and a 30, basically one cohort, like a 30 to 40 students. So they used that little building and the research as the starting point for some of their designs before they tackled the larger project. I think that's about it. And then this is like the programming, if you want to, they have color-coded drawings just so that to make it easier to compare the various strategies. They had a kind of a fixed palette for those rooms, and you can see there's yellow is the shared facilities. The students were given quite a bit of leeway to kind of interpret the program and determine if there were other ways to address the specific needs of that department. So for example, like we had a requirement for a certain number of offices. Some students chose to have like private spaces and then have open offices. For the faculty, other people gave them individual offices. Some students have very open, flexible programs where everybody's mixed together, and other people have more discrete ways of kind of programming the building. So I think that's about it. Do you have any questions?
Sarah, it's my bad. I should have made sure that I had access. Can you just zoom in closer to the various, um, let's say you call them departments in visual and performing arts, so I can see the color coding here. Yeah. So what all is involved in the visual and in the performing arts here?
So the visual arts and photography, there's fine arts, which is like drawing, ceramics, sculpture, bronze, jewelry, printmaking, and then digital arts, and then photography, which includes color labs and black and white labs. There's a media room, wood shops, metal labs. There's an art history department, which includes classrooms, a fine arts gallery, and then there's the associated administrative space for those departments, like offices and meeting rooms. And then it's very extensive. I didn't actually realize that we would end up with so many rooms, but so that was part of the challenge. So then we have the dance and theater. So there are dance studios. There's a rehearsal theater, a scene shop, which is for the auditorium, costumes and laundry rooms. There's the theater department with all of their associated back of house. So lockers, storage, green rooms, dressing rooms, the loading dock, reception, and then their offices. And then we have film and video, which includes, they all also had a certain number of classrooms, which might have been shared. For example, here it says it's just a quarter of a classroom because they didn't have that many students. So they would share that classroom. And in the film and video, they're mostly kind of dark, small editing rooms. So you can see the rooms are fairly small, and they're sound control, light labs, sound design studios, editing studio, AV. There's a 100-seat cinema, which is in addition to the auditorium. And then their offices. And then the music department has this, a rehearsal space, studio spaces, a music studio, a listening lab, offices. Again, they're associated administrative spaces and faculty spaces. And then that we came up with you can see the students did it all slightly differently. So they all have slightly different net square feet based on the case studies that they were using as the starting point to borrow the kind of room sizes. And so, but they're pretty close. They're range between 50,000 square feet and 60,000 net square feet. Then we added a certain amount of informal spaces for all of them, informal learning spaces. And then we multiplied that times a 1.3 grossing factor to get to a building that was between 76,000 square feet and 88,000 square feet. So the one that we used was basically 55,000 net and 80,000 gross.
Getting a lot in that building.
Yes.
It looks like it should be a lot bigger.
Well, I didn't want to get the site really only accommodates, we had to kind of work backwards. So part of what happened was that they had to make decisions as to how to kind of combine types of learning.
Right.
That happened in the process because there was no way you could get every single space. So some of them were like combined, some of them were made open, like open studio that would be shared by everybody. But they did a pretty good job sort of trying to sort out how to get so many programs into it.
I mean, that's where the architecture is, to see where the things are be able to be shared. One other question about this terrific programming exercise. Um, r- Room sizes were being determined from an analysis of previous projects. Is that correct?
Yes.
From
Yeah.
the research. Did the research also include a certain kind of analysis as to the particular activities, because they're quite disparate in visual and performing arts, so that one could understand what the activity is, the relationship between objects, bodies, actions, situations in a particular space that is both uh, planned but also volumetric, because these activities depend on different kinds of light or height, especially when music comes in. I'm curious how, in the determining of this 80,000, the sense that the section that each of these activities or some of these activities require for the very action or performance, how was that sort of taken into account?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, part of it was that they also looked at the sections of the buildings that we were using to kind of gather this information. So like, at least for the larger rooms, like understanding the kind of sectional need for an auditorium, which is very different than an office, or so in terms of the kind of space so they did look at that also, not just in plan, but also in section. So that helped a little bit in terms of determining the volume. And then the students also just, I think, mostly thought through kind of what they thought would be an appropriate scale for the rooms, in terms of their heights and the types of activities. A lot of them also wanted, I mean, a lot of this was also about putting the performing and the arts on display. So a lot of it's also about how do you create relationships between the departments? So like the dancers looking in at the potters, or like having, and also just thinking about how what's the faculty relationship to the students? Are they isolated in their own ivory tower, or are they kind of in the thick of things with the students? So that was another kind of set of decisions they had to make. They're all fairly different.
Thank you.
And was there analysis done of the campus, the campus plan, or is that within each own project?
We didn't do too much analysis. Part of the problem is that we can't do any any visits. So we were a little bit at a disadvantage in that we could not go on site. It's not allowed by the university to do field trips. So we were just basing it. We did have a person who was kind of had done analysis about Compton and who attended Compton come and speak to the students about her experiences there. And then we also talked to the people that developed the master plan at Gensler, and sort of asked them questions about what that was like.
Okay, good.
What is the building to the east of the Visual and Performing Arts? I can't read the initials.
Oh yeah, that's the library. It's a kind of a student, what they call the Learning Student Center. It's kind of a combination. Here's some photographs. It's a kind of interesting project here. And it's kind of a glass curtain wall with a curved roof. And then, so that's that. This is the quad at the center. Here's the little theater that we're not keeping. Here you can see the quad. The buildings are mostly like this. They're sort of like these kind of low slung buildings, but like I said, very little of the campus is remaining. So it's a little bit of a fresh start. You can see only the buildings on this plan in black are remaining. So the entire central campus is going to be new. So there is not that much context, actually, in a way.
Right.
Because so much of the campus is new.
But you're building to this master plan, right? I mean, your site is part of this master plan.
we based the design on the master plan, not on the current condition.
All right.
Yeah, all very good questions. All right. So, and you can also see, so this is a student that we saw on Tuesday, but you can see sort of some of the ways that for the questions Xavier asked about kind of how they thought about how each independent, like group, what the rooms might entail in terms of the types of activities that take place there. So they did
Great.
do a certain amount of diagramming about it.
These are great. Thanks.
Okay, so we're gonna start with Jessica. So we have Jessica, then Caitlin, then Will, then Amy, and then Ida. And they're gonna moderate. So Jessica, just because there's always all those millions of little arrows, maybe if you have something very specific, use the highlighter tool or something to point it out. It's hard to sometimes follow your mouse or anybody's mouse. So anyway, for those of you that are on concept board, you can just follow. Jessica's going to moderate and she'll kind of lead you through the project, but you can also go to this section and then click on it and it will take you to her board.
Oh, okay, great.
And you can see all the students' arrows. Maybe students don't like hover directly over the drawing that she's talking about.
Right.
You don't have so many little arrows like as distractions. I know it's hard to do because everybody likes to point right at what you're pointing at.
Just testing my eyesight. I thought I had good glasses, but I need magnifying glasses now.
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right, Jessica, zoom in as far as you can, just so that when you're talking about each project, so that they can see it pretty well.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is
Hello.
Jessica. So this is the site plan that I have here. I'll just toggle in the middle. So my overall concept is promoting movement throughout the building through floating boxes within a volume, with light wells and circulation cores being the only stagnant pieces in the building to facilitate various types of learning. And so I'm gonna refer back to what I studied earlier in the semester. So I studied Pranav Zolbran School of Management and Design and was especially interested in its large mass with few central cores. You can see it in the, like in here, and also in here. So there's few central circulation cores with an open space for students to interact with one another. And I also studied surreal filmmaker Luis Buñuel. And in his films, he forces viewers to rethink conventional frames of vision and look at reality with different eyes. And from this, I translated his work to creating unexpected moments within the spaces in my project. So going to my plans, this is the ground floor. And it's the most public with an open double height gallery space right here, a theater and some visual art rooms. And the theater and the more back of house functions.
Let us know how you're entering the building for a minute, just in terms of the
Okay.
outside. Just take us from the outside in.
Yeah. So this is one main entrance here from the north quad side, the more public area. If you look at my site plan, it's like right here. And then there's another entrance right here on the south side. Those are the two main entrances, but you can also enter through the building on this side and this side. And then here's the south entrance. And so those are my main entrances. And then on the second floor, I have faculty offices in these clusters right here, some music rooms on the east side, and some other visual arts, and some individual workspaces that are floating within the in-between spaces.
Maybe Jessica, just explain your nomenclature in terms of like the coloring, the X's and the little blue boxes.
Yeah, okay, I'll get to that. So I'm gonna explain my third floor real quick, and I'll get to that.
Okay.
So I have some classrooms right here, some a dance studio, and then some larger desk spaces in between these areas. And so I have a volume configuration that allows clusters to float inside the space without any rooms touching the exterior walls, and allows for open circulation throughout the space. And there's different departments that are split up among the floors, with those needing more sunlight placed at the higher floors. And there are rooms that wrap around a light well, and forms a cluster. And so among each cluster is a different department, and these clusters are mixed up among the floors, as you can see in my program diagram. And so inside the cluster is where the formal learning happens, and then outside the cluster is where the informal spaces happen. I did this because I wanted to emphasize cross-disciplinary communication among the departments, with many informal spaces being the crossroads for interaction. So the variety of room sizes and clusters creates many unexpected moments and places for informal interaction among the students. And I also wanted to explain my reasoning behind the choices in my use of shades of orange and blue. And so when I was researching the meaning behind colors and how it affects humans, I read that blue represented calm, comfort, and productivity, while orange represented energy and communication. And since it was a school, I was intrigued by this contrast between these meanings of the students needing all these aspects to succeed in school. And so over the course of the semester, I was intrigued by John Dewey's perspective on education, in which that he thought students truly learn through the hands-on activities, and each student has a unique individual experience to learning. So for example, not everyone will have a eureka moment from having an apple fall on their head like Isaac Newton. So it's important for me to define spaces where learning can happen in various ways, whether that be inside a dance studio in this picture, inside a dance studio, or in a study space, in a corner between classrooms, or a non-art student learning from this arts building. And so I have this narrative drawing here as a glimpse into what a typical day looks like for students who use the building, and how they interact with one another with the double height dance studio, and people being able to observe what's happening from the roof looking inside. And there's also this funny contrast between someone trying to sneak a nap in between classes in one of the study spaces, and someone practicing their music in the hallway. And so my overall massing strategy is having these vertical light wells of varying sizes that provide lights to rooms without a direct view to the outside, and outdoor decks placed throughout the floors to create an undulating movement within the facade and interior of the building. And so I have these light wells here. Some go all the way to the bottom where the underground is, and some of them stop at different spaces, and there are some double height spaces to increase the amount of interaction between the students. And as far as my facade strategy, there is not quite a primary facade, and rather the decks have orientations and views in all four directions. And I had a little bit of, I didn't delve too deep into the materiality, but I did want to do something similar to corrugated metal, with these puzzle pieces interlocking with one another in different orientations as a symbol of what's happening on the inside, and this intermingling of the students with one another. And as far as like the site strategy, I added some planters that are placed in a maze-like direction, similar to the clusters within the building, as a glimpse of what is happening on the inside and like the circulation and movement. And I believe that is all I have to say.
You just want to say what north, south, east, west?
Oh yeah, so this is north. So this perspective is from the north. So this is the main central quad. And then this is how you enter the building from the north side.
Jessica, just a quick question.
Yeah.
What what are the dimensions of the building?
The dimensions?
Yeah, how big is the footprint and how high is the volume?
So the dimensions, I want to say
Well,
like
I asked that
200 by 200
by and how high?
by height. So each floor is like 15 feet, and so there's 3 stories, so like 75.
Okay, I asked that because the site is very interesting. It's got two big boxes on either side of it, this library and the physical education center. And then you started by saying Sana's Zolva, right? Which is a great place to start for this kind of project. And one starts somewhere. And Sana had an almost perfect cube. And so I just looked it up. It's 35 meters by 35 meters by 34 meters. So there was a kind of, let's put it this way, maybe that was coming from the campus and the OMA master plan that had been done as to how high the buildings were. So I was curious what were the limits volumetrically that the master plan might have written in or had implied, because Sana, having identified those limits that were prior to whatever she was going to do, allowed then this exploration. And you've got a very interesting notion. And I was just trying to figure out what were the limits. Clearly in plan, they're there, that goes from side to side. But the height, I was wondering about. So you said it is 200 by 200 by 75. Had
No, it wasn't 75, sorry. I did my math wrong. I think it was 45.
It's like 50 feet tall, probably.
But I'm curious whether, as you were, because this is a great project, and it's in that sense, it's internally driven, right? It's coming from your analyses of other buildings, from your analyses of each of the program, and that very carefully is adding up. And there you come with this great strategy that is sectional, right? Light wells come in, rooms are spaces are of different height. So I was trying to establish the limit that was the height. And as a designer, that's always very helpful to identify what are the constraints in Monsieur Chinon's ones, the external constraints that then the designer sets up the rules, as you have, to operate within. So just a quick question. How did you know that you'd gone too high or you could have gone higher in that section that you just had? If you bring back the section.
Well, I think the limit that I set on myself was just like keeping in mind the neighboring buildings, and I knew that it wasn't super tall. I didn't want to have this huge tower like within the context. And yeah, I don't know. I just thought it seems to me like it's going to be a huge building. So
well,
I don't know, going toward.
Can you just take us to a north-south or also east-west section or something that we can see your project relative to the physical center and the learning center on either side? Or even the axle that is coming up? Okay, so you're saying that it went a little bit taller than the two buildings on either side. And this is simply, I mean, the work is terrific. The idea start is amazing. I think if you would have allowed yourself the limit as to how high it goes, and if the master plan didn't say so, then it becomes an architectural decision to say, well, this big box, this beautiful big box that is permeable for all sorts of activities and relationships and display and experience that goes from the quads to the parking lots. This is this kind of hive that people can enter in from 3-4 spaces, wander up, wander down, and so it could have gone higher, right? And it could have become like Silverine, this thing that stands on that campus. But it's just that one limit that I wanted you to identify and perhaps say, hey, I can go as high as my programming and my spatial analysis and my desire for interaction and sociability in this building could take it. And then you can come back down. It's nice to have limits, whether they're external or then internally external, recognized, or internally placed.
So maybe, can we go back to your site plan, Jessica?
I'm navigating now.
How are you? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. So I just want to talk a little bit about the movement first. I mean, a couple of points I want to make, but I think that you've left a lot of things on the table in terms of the, I mean, I like your concept, but I don't think you've taken it far enough. I think there's a lot of stuff in the way when you enter the building. And so let me point. I like you popping out things, but I really feel that, you know, this was really the corner. It almost kind of make more sense to flip this. I think that whole amphitheater was in the way. And I would like to say that, you know, when you come onto something, don't feel like things are fixed, you know. The first thing as architects, we challenge everything. So I really feel that that corner was really an important axis, you know, coming in here and having your main entry in here. Everything in front here is kind of in the way, and it doesn't really work with your building, you know, that whole amphitheater. There's no sort of indoor-outdoor connection. And I think your entrance over here beside the physical education is kind of far from the center. Really, you're connecting with the library in that central area is kind of powerful, but you could easily flip that, you know, to connect. And one of the points I want to make was, I think the building is a little bit too internalized and doesn't connect out, meaning that aspects of the building could connect out. Let's go to the ground floor plan.
Oops, sorry. I'm being a bad navigator.
Okay. Yeah, so where's the ground floor plan? So once we've entered a building, I do find, you know, circulation is really so important in these buildings, and how it's the piece that connects everything together. You know, when I was in school, the circulation was just a corridor, and every room had its own space. Now, the circulation is the educational space. Everything else is kind of hanging on that. But movement from one floor to another floor, I think that was an area that's kind of left on its own. You know, you've separated everything. You've separated these light wells and uses into objects in a way without thinking about movement. And so the movement from one floor to another floor is really regimented. You know, it's around an elevator. You've got two areas, you know, these areas here. It really separates the building to have that kind of circulation, you know. And I think that visually, when you have these voids that you're showing, these vertical voids, that's the place to put the circulation. That's the place to have these elements coming up. And these two here seem to me just kind of tokens. They're exactly the same. And in a way, it kind of separates the floors, and you want to have that more as a connected space. And I would say that all the way up, need to kind of explore that. And on the upper floor, so this is same. I also think there needs to be a kind of clarity between, you know, a lot of the spaces look the same, you know, a lot of the uses look the same, but the program is quite different. So I think a little bit more clarity on, you see this kind of pixelated plan, it's very hard to see a kind of hierarchy of how you could move around the space. And I think that the secret for you was these circulation elements on the outside. And the second thing I would like, or maybe it's the third thing I would like to say, is that I don't think you went far enough with this concept. I think it's too internal and it needed to kind of explode. Let's go to the exterior elevation for a second. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, okay. Let's go. The section shows a lot of promise, but it doesn't, you don't experience that building like the section that you're showing us. That looks very promising, you know, especially that double height space coming in with the theater. But we don't feel that experience. It seems so separated when I see the plans and how you're moving up through the space. Let's go to the exterior for a second. And on the exterior, I think you ran away from the concept here. The exterior is going to something else completely. It's almost classicized, you know, in its execution. Can we go to the roof plan of all the pixelated squares? Or there was a plan there that had all of the voids. Yeah. Where was it? Yeah, it's like this colored one down below. It's like this one. Oh, sorry, it's one of these colored ones. Yeah.
No, this.
Yeah, these colored program uses. Yeah. Like, sorry, I'm gonna. It's a hard format to. So, could you zoom in on one of those plans?
Yeah.
The top one, the very top one. Yeah, yeah. See, in my understanding of your concept, that's what the elevation should be more like. It should be more a kind of taking the inside and pulling it out. And I think you've kept it internal and you've completely classicized the exterior as something that you thought might look good, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't express your concept. I really like the concept. And my feeling is that you haven't gone far enough, you know, you haven't driven it far enough and you've stopped at a certain point. And I really like what you're doing. You can see on the exterior, it's almost a completely different building, which you can do, but I think it's much stronger if the internal thinking comes to the outside and less mannered, you know. I mean, I call it kind of classical modern, but it's kind of a mannered elevation, you know, bay windows and openings, and it's fine. I mean, you've seen lots of these buildings, and the pattern on it is, you know, a kind of token to the interior. But I think you could have exploded this kind of, you know, pixelated plan on the exterior, and that could have given you a lot more freedom in how to engage the campus. Anyway, so it's hard to, you know, it's hard in this kind of format to really look at things.
Yeah.
I was going to add a couple things. I really like the way you've organized the plan in terms of the departments. And I think, though, that the plan could have benefited from just being a little bit tighter. You have a lot of the informal space within the plan, especially on the third floor. And I just wonder, like, in your day in the life, that person that is taking a nap versus the person that's playing the music, if there couldn't have been a little bit more distinct areas for them to be able to do that kind of stuff. Because although you want it to be informal, you still need to give some kind of boundaries. And I think that a little bit more zoning and, you know, it could have been as simple as ceiling elements or flooring elements that kind of grouped some of these things together a little bit more. That would have helped, and it would have given a little bit of order to the informality of the space, because there's a lot of open space, which is great for places for people to get, kind of find their own little place. But there's an awful lot of it. And so, just doing a quick calculation, it seems like you were quite a bit over on square footage, based on what you were telling us. So I would just think that it could have been even stronger if it was a little bit tighter.
Jessica, I'm gonna.
Okay, last comment. Please.
Okay, you took on something great, and it's a question of. I'm gonna just suggest three projects that you should look at. Architectus with Date in Barcelona, the ICP Research Center, which is doing this exactly, but with absolutely amazing contemporary eco performance in the way that they know what the programs are that need enclosure and localized heating, where where people hang out, and where the vertical circulations are, as a way of bringing some kind of legibility to the plan, as Christina was just saying. The other two projects are, of course, Grafton Architects, UTEC in Lima, and Bocconi in Milan. And if you want to sort of trace their origins in the genealogy of architecture, there is, of course, Artigas, Faculty of Architecture and Urbanism in Sao Paulo. All of them are doing this. These are communities of students and people in different activities that go into their own spaces, but then they come out in various degrees of display and sociability. So it comes down to the balance between the program elements in this sort of free open plan. Very different, all the ones, but go to Arquitectus first. That's HARQITETET, Arquitectus in Spanish, and you'll see the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jessica. Good
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you.
Have the hard job, the first one, so it's
Yeah. Oh, and I'm so delighted to hear Irish architects being referenced. It's been a long time since I've heard that.
Every American should know them. They've won all the awards. Those two fantastic.
Yeah, I'm working with Shelley and Yvonne right now on the project in Ireland, on the campus.
Great.
all right. So next we have Caitlin.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So for my building design, the main concept of this building originated from a pinwheel method that came from the case study I studied. Here, I'll go down to reference that first. So I studied the art lab at Harvard, designed by Barkel Leibinger, who uses this pinwheel method to organize these programmatic elements of this art studio that revolve around the central hub, which becomes this performance and gallery space. So in addition to that, I also studied the artist Kara Walker, who uses black paper silhouettes of characters in motion, and she tells the stories with those silhouettes. So in order to kind of incorporate both of their techniques into my small building project, I adopted the pinwheel concept, which you can see here, and I took out that central core to create more of an open circulation, and then this central space becomes like a flexible meeting area in gallery space. And then going on to this diagram below, I incorporated Walker's artistic approach by creating a silhouette of perspective views of each corner of my building, and then overlaying those silhouettes onto each elevation of the building. And that resulted in this very truncating and intricate roof line of my small building. So going back to my current building design, I continue to adopt this pinwheel concept But I decided to use a atrium building typology for the reason.
Sorry, zoom into the drawings a little closer when you're referring to them. Yeah, so everybody can.
Okay. So I chose the atrium building typology for the reason of trying to maintain those 4 programmatic blocks pinwheeling around the central core, and also, here, I'll show this diagram instead, to allow for that circulation to happen in the center of the building and in between those programmatic blocks. And then also I chose an atrium because of the lighting that each program needs access to, especially on the lower floors. So here is my basement plan, where I also took advantage of the amphitheater across from the site and excavated it so it can basically create an entrance into that basement level. And this basement level includes the music department, where we have all the music studios, classrooms, and then the performance theater on the south end with the back of house spaces such as the scene shop and the dressing rooms. And then in this central area under the atrium space is where there could be a music practice area where students can come in and take advantage of that space to kind of rehearse and have other students view them. And then going up to the ground level, it becomes more of this transparent and active level because we have the gallery space that is completely transparent to the north side and west side of the site. And then we have a sneak peek into the dance studios if students were walking along this pathway. And then the performance theater, the south side of it also has glazing, so students walking by can see into what is being performed. Also to point out, in this atrium space, I designed this sculptural staircase to kind of create a contradiction to the apparent orthogonal language of the floor plan. And that could also be shown onto my second floor, where those 4 programmatic blocks become more apparent of what those departments are, such as this floor. It has the film department and then the visual arts studios and photography studios. And then because of these blocks that are receding or protruding out in plan, it provides opportunities for outdoor terraces for students to have access to the outdoors to study or work. And then in the inverse of this floor plan, the figure ground, this negative space becomes more of those informal learning spaces, as you can see in my third floor plan too, which has the same language. And then I also included the design of the fire escape staircases to also mimic the same language as the public stair to contradict this orthogonal language. And then also to point out the faculty offices on the second and third level. It's also a shared office to kind of create that room for collaboration and communication among the different departments, faculties. And then going down to my section.
Caitlin, maybe just explain that the terraces are based on the floor below, right?
Right, yes. So like here is the studio for film production, and then that becomes the terrace for the jewelry and metalsmithing studio. All right, so going down to my section. So here you can see more of like the sculptural staircase that weaves its way through the floors. And over on the west side of the building, I have a small green space to kind of create like a buffer between the physical education building and then this arts building. And then you can tell like the shifting of the programmatic blocks in this section. And then onto my section B, it's more apparent over here down in the atrium, not atrium, the auditorium, where students walking by can look into what's happening in the space. And then here's the open terrace that's adjacent to the faculty offices. And then the amphitheater that acts as another entrance into the building through the basement level. And what's nice about this section also is that for those students who are practicing within this open space in the basement level, people in the gallery space and all the floors above could also hear what's happening in between each of the spaces. And then going down to just this drawing, it's a representational drawing of the whole overall layout of my building, where these programmatic blocks that are represented in different hatches for each floor are shifted and rescaled. And then the curvilinear line is representational of the circulation movement. And then here is a close-up of those spaces of formal and informal spaces. So here we have students from different disciplines. I notated that a student was asking, does anyone want to critique my short film? And this was interesting because on this level, it's primarily for the visual arts studios, which is seen here. So it's to kind of emphasize like students can go throughout the building and study wherever, and being able to kind of convene with other students of different disciplines and collaborate. And then here is my program organization, which I mentioned earlier, my floor plans. The departments are mainly organized through floors. So, okay, and then this is the south perspective. So you can see the sculptural fire escape staircase, as well as the large glazing facade of that performance theater. So students coming from the parking lot could then be attracted to like what's happening in there. And then also these windows are for those corridors. So I forgot to mention my ground floor, but the view from this corridor, I can see all the way through to the gallery space and a glimpse of what the quad area may look like. And then here's the north perspective, where here you can barely tell, but that is the excavated amphitheater. And then you have the glazing of the gallery space and the green space on the west side of the building with the cantilevering programmatic blocks above. And then continuing on. So I'll just talk about my west elevation here. This is facing that physical education building. So this is the block for the performance theater, and then this becomes that outdoor green space below those cantilevering blocks. And in my facade, I chose to do vertical louvers as a screen for some windows that are punched out and other windows that may need shading because of the orientation of the building, like on the south side. And then the east elevation is more solid because that faces the library and it's actually quite close to that property line. So I just kept it solid, especially for like the studios that are happening. So students walking by could still get a glimpse on what's happening in these small cutout windows. And that is all for me. Here, I'll stop moderating.
A quick comment on because you ended with the 4 elevations. You know, what's kind of interesting is how your proposal is, you know, in the way that it pinwheels, um, and in the way that it goes underground and has double height spaces along, let's say, these paths that are going north, south, you know, between the two big buildings, the library and the physical center. And so even if those buildings are not very civil to the passersby and really don't want to communicate and be social, your building could. So I would recommend that your sections, both north, I mean, elevations, certainly the east-west ones, include the space right up to the face of the other building, the library as well as the physical center. Because then what you're saying is that if you come out of those buildings, or if you're passing through these, going north or south to the parking lot, then this proposal will engage you. There will be something to look down. There will be something to sit upon. There will be something to pass through. So simply the act of drawing the other buildings would have given you your project that much more, let's say, pinwheeling space and the ability to, engage the passerby in section as you're doing at the perimeter of the building.
Can we go to the ground floor plan again? The ground level. What's the ground level?
Here.
Yeah, and the campus. Yeah, and I mean, so you really opened the building here to the. Is that the west side? The west side, east side is the library, and the west side is the physical education. Is that right?
Yeah, all the projects north is up.
North is up. And so my question here is, I'm wondering is, well, I like the idea of your pinwheel, and it's a really strong kind of, organizational principle. But then I wonder, how does it work with the campus? And how does it work in the setting? And you've opened it up. You can't see it here, but you've opened it up to the physical education building, right?
Right.
At the ground floor plan. Let's see, the plan is actually stronger, and that makes sense if that's a kind of primary, if that's the primary path. But I think what was really the primary path here is the campus. Looking back to the north, and to have a kind of stronger connection with the exterior and the interior. I find that amphitheater, although interesting to come down and come in, is kind of in the way. And doesn't when you have an amphitheater like that, you wanted to have it more, you want it useful. So what can open? Can the back of the theater open to it? Can performing arts open to it? How can we have many things happening there than just you happen to be able to walk down? So I'm not sure that's in the right place. It seems to be blocking the activity. So I wonder. I first wondered about this rotating more so that your pinwheel. In the pinwheel, what's interesting is that one piece is open, right? And it's the idea of bringing you in and moving you around. So that's really important how you come in. I think the central staircase is good to do that. But I think you left something here about the inside and the outside, not bringing you in as strong, in terms of that. And when I look at these projects, I always think, what is your idea and how far are you driving it? And who is the master? Are you the master of this concept, or is it, how is it? And one of the strongest drawings I thought you showed was this graphic almost at the end. Could we go to that? Yeah, this, to me, this was it. I mean, this, and I love the way the lyrical lines work. And for me, this is almost, okay, how can we get to this point? And listen, this happens all the time in architecture. We have a very strong concept. There's an awful lot of forces that come in, and suddenly, it loses its kind of, legibility. It loses the discipline of the concept. And I think that this is much stronger, in terms of where you are. Like if you look at your 3D exterior, let's look at your 3D. Like when I look at the roof here, okay, look at the left-hand side and look at the right-hand side. The left of the pinwheel is so strong, but the result has been kind of consumed, by the roof and everything is flat. So my advice here is that, yes, this is a very strong idea, but it needs to go further in terms of its volumetric expression, its sculpture, and to drive the concept further. I find the exterior a little bit kind of bland compared to the concept. To me, it's a kind of brutalist building, although brutalism is back, but it seems to miss, it's all very, professional looking in the end, and misses this movement. I think the volumes could have different heights and being a lot more dynamic, to pull you in. I think the concept is very strong, but hasn't gone far enough to bring us in. Like even the stairs in the end, your sketch is much more powerful. That it's almost like something that magnetic that would sort of seep you in, and that central space be kind of charged by all the entrances and by the exterior. I do find that the plans are very stiff. That if you look at the floor plans of the uses, I just want to say in general, we're not building spaces like this now, that are so fixed internally with walls. We're tending, because what's happening in education is that the way programs are being taught now is changing rapidly, and the buildings are actually lasting longer. We're looking at ways of making the interior really much more flexible and less walls, but I really like your concept and the pinwheel. Anyway, that's good. Very good.
We lose Christina?
I'm still here. I just didn't know if you needed to move on to the next one. I want to be cognizant of time.
And I think we're okay. If you have you want.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think the atrium concept for this type of building and the way you've executed it is really successful. I think that as an organizing factor for the building and for the departments, it makes it really clear where everyone needs to go. I think that's a really very strong. I agree with my colleagues' comments about, translating some of the pinwheel to the exterior. But I think in general, your planning was very good.
Thank you.
All right, nice
Great.
job. Okay,
Nice job.
Will, and you, if you forgot to say something, you can always say it later too. Will, are you here?
I am here. Hi.
That's good.
So my concept board is having a little trouble all
Well,
of
you
a sudden.
Speak and I can move. So you just tell me, I'll be your whatever moderator.
You're the driver.
Okay.
Tell me what image to go to. I'll go to it. If you can see it on the screen.
Yeah, I can see your screen share, so we'll try that out. Okay. Thank you.
Lots
All
of-
right.
That was okay.
So hello, my name is Will, and the main concept of my project is a tall X-shaped building with a dynamic atrium in the center. So to start, I would like to go, or if you could please go down to the case study section in the previous exercise. Yeah, thank you. So for the case study that I used in the first exercise was the Skolkovo Institute by Herzog and Demeron. And the artist that I chose to evaluate was Frank Stella, in specific his Protractor series. And so, yeah, those images there describe some of his work. So essentially in Frank Stella's work in the Protractor series, he's dealing with different layering and overlapping and intersecting of these protractor shapes through color. And so what I essentially got most out of that was Frank Stella was deciding which part he wanted to have dominion, or which part he wanted to have hierarchy over the other parts, and there was an interesting relationship between that. And so going on to my smaller building, I played with two different elements, which were a curvilinear shape and a field of rectilinear boxes. And so the project became about this relationship between the two, in that on the ground floor and the first floor above grade, the two the boxes seem to interjet or intersect within this this bar. And then in contrast, though, on the next floor, the second floor plan above the grade, the two become one. So there's essentially this play with this intersecting or overlapping of spaces in such a way. And so if you could go up to, and so in that project, that was the case study that I had used, given that it was already using circles and boxes. So if you could go up to the massing diagram, and then we can go back into the top. So the massing is towards the bottom. Thank you. So as I had mentioned, this project is about this X-shaped volume that is comprised of 3 different volumes that's a little bit skewed. And where the intersection of these 2 volumes happen, there is an atrium, and this atrium changes, and it's dynamic in that it is in response to the different ways in which the geometries can be intersected with each other. And so that's the general form of the building. Okay, now we can go back to the top. Thank you, Sarah.
Sure.
Okay, right. And so being that the shape of the building is as such, the building starts to make a gesture into the campus, allowing essentially the circulation going from the quad through the building. So the building opens up and it's essentially inviting the public within the building. So now, so since we're here, I can talk about the skin strategy. So the skin of the building is essentially congruent all the way around, where it's a perforated steel skin with these operable apertures that are open from floor to the next floor, with the options for them to be open all the way, halfway, or part of the way. So creating variety within the facade. Okay, so now the floor plans, please. Thank you. All right, so the ground floor, the programmatic disciplines are arranged per level. So each discipline has their own level. And on the ground floor is located the main theater and dance program. So on the northernmost wing, there is the theater. And then on the opposite 2 wings, there's a single dance theater, or a dance studio, and 2 dance studios. And on the opposite wing, the 4th wing, the one on the left, it's an open to below space that goes down into the basement level. And so the area surrounding the ground floor also serves to the program in some cases. So on the area above, on the northernmost part, there is a stepped theater almost that goes down into the basement level. And so that becomes the basement level program becomes a stage, and there's a theater, a theater rehearsal space down there. And so that space can double as a stage. And so that's activating the public that's walking by, or they can see the performances going on. And then back to the ground floor plan. And then on the other side, right where there are the 2 dance studios, those dance studios open up to the exterior, which would allow for that exterior space to be used for dance. So there's a relationship between the exterior space there, the public, and what's going on the inside. And so next floor plan, please.
Did you say what this was? The one?
Oh yeah, I mentioned that was a dance studio. So there's that main dance studio, and then on those 2 dance studios are to the left are smaller dance studios.
You want to go down or up?
We can go up. Thank you. And so the second floor plan houses the main film and video program, and you'll notice on this floor plan and all the following floor plans, the main kind of finite, closed-in, formal classroom program is located out towards the wings of the building, which then liberates the area surrounding the atrium to be used for circulation, social, and informal learning spaces. And so, as I had mentioned, the second floor houses film and video, and then the third floor has music. And you'll also notice that the atrium begins to shift and change based on the ways in which the volumes intersect with each other. And also located on the third floor is an exterior space that's available to all of the floors. And moving on to the fourth floor, we have the main visual arts program. So drawing and painting, ceramics and sculpture happen in the top two wings, which are a little bit more free, open, and liberated. And then there's a wood shop located on that wing there. Yes, thank you. And then finally on the other wing is the more enclosed. So there's photography in there and offices. And so moving on to the sections, I believe. Yeah. Right, and so then these sections start to describe the space three-dimensionally, and you'll see how the atrium essentially begins to open up as you go up towards the building, and there's a skylight to allow light in, which generates light down towards even the basement level. And so that can be seen in both of the sections. And you'll also get to see how the atrium also is a means for the vertical circulation to occur. And so moving on to right, and so the diagram on the four images on the left describe the formal versus informal learning areas. So in almost every situation, there's always one portion of the image where it's super enclosed, finite, and this is where the formal learning will happen, like the classroom setting. And then on the opposite side, specifically happens most of the time around the atrium is where the informal areas will happen. And on the ground floor, instead of it being the atrium, it just so happens to be the exterior outside. So where the main campus circulation happens. And so, right, there's an axonometric. You can go down to the next images below that, please. Thank you. Right, and so then these images just start to describe this different spaces being used. The top left being a social informal space. The top right is a formal classroom looking out. And then the bottom left is a little bit more of a private, informal social area. And then the bottom right is the atrium with the staircase leading up to the next floor. And that is all for me. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
That's the dance studio here?
Yeah, that is a dance studio down there.
Sarah, I'm just going to keep my comments to two drawings that he showed. So let's first go to those straight up axos of the program, informal and formal, that he had.
These? No.
The straight up axos of people learning. Yeah, any one of these two. Well, these are great. They tell us how the relationships between the activities, the objects, bodies, elements, interactions are happening. And a straight up axo is actually a pretty good way to show that and saying, okay, you're enclosed, and then you can also be just outside. And maybe that is just one register of the formal and the informal, but their adjacency is very nice. And then just take me straight up to Stella. Because I was looking for it in the way that Sarah had set up the studio. So if you can go to the Protector series of Frank Stella at the top. Yeah, just that there. So here's the thing that happens. You guys did this incredible amount of work on programming, which is very helpful. As I just said, that the straight up axos would be a wonderful way of understanding it. And then you had this short project. And that's actually Sarah's being very, very clever. She's leaving you a gift. And the question then is, can you keep going back to it? So when I saw this and the way you talked about it, it had to do with geometries, it had to do with circles that then produce arcs and so on. And then you took us to something that looked business as usual. And in those drawings could be the first template that says, okay, where can things go that are closed or formal, and where can things go that are a little more amorphous and spatial for the formal. So I could have imagined your project looking like one of Stella's drawings. And then you could say, well, perhaps that's not architecture, but it is, because Herzog de Meuron have looked at it in that same way. One project that I might suggest is Le Corbusier, who gave us, he's like a quarry, you know, the gift that keeps on giving. Grafton, all of them. Now, Corbusier had a project that started off the elementarist composition strategy. So you could say, I can't fit everything into Stella. Well, then you could have 3 elements and say some things have to go in a slab or a podium terrace or a circular building. And his project, Not Built, for the French Embassy and Chancellery in Brasilia is classic for that. The Herzog de Meuron project on the right owes its genealogy to that. So you could have gone in, you could have gone in an elementarist's composition strategy, the circle, the slab, and the podium, and been very pragmatic about what program goes into each of those spaces. Or you could have gone straight to Stella and say, I will keep using the geometries and make sure that I continue to discover the possibilities for different kinds of space and room making. Because the program has actually got a fair amount of what Monsieur Chidon called slack. If you look at their project in Lalin City Hall, they just say, hey, we're going to do a circular building, because that's part of this utopian and not really utopian genealogy of architecture. And they just stay with that till they milk it for everything. It's a city hall, offices, large spaces, small spaces. So I think when you go to something like Stella and you find intrigue in it, stay there. Find analogs on other architectural projects that also worked with circles, and you go much further very quickly.
Can you, William, can you just show us how do you enter the building on the ground floor?
Sure. So on the ground floor, you would essentially enter the building where the geometries are converging. So, right.
Yeah, so
right
that's
there.
from the south, okay.
Right, and so these are with respect to those 2 main major arteries that go from the northernmost part of the campus.
Can you
Thank you, Sarah.
Can you pull back? That's very good. Can you pull back to this campus plan? So first of all, I like the whole object building approach here. Yes, exactly.
Exactly. Tell you to cut the curb.
Yeah. Think of your building beyond, the site. You have this. I mean, maybe it's something you left out, but you had an opportunity here to really pull the grid. This diagonal object into it, and I think it would be even more powerful. It really works well with that, and everything around this quad is rectilinear, but it was a way to really, for this kind of program, make it much more kind of iconic and connecting. So I have found that the spaces between here were a little weak in terms of how to get inside out, and it's always a problem with modernism, how do you enter the building? It never really quite mastered it. One of the projects I would recommend to look at was the, Casa del Musica in Porto, Lisbon. It kind of reminds me of this. Now, I feel that inside is a bit more conventional than the object. It promises a lot more. So when we look at the floor plans, the spaces that you've planned, I really like the center and organizing everything around this dynamic center, but the wings are all the same. it's almost like a suitcase that you've packed it in the same way, and miss out on the project your case study project, the Herzog and the Marin project. They're really kind of the masters at getting both kind of the big conceptual idea, but then when you go into the detail, it really kind of works. They discipline everything into that kind of loft spaces and then the curvilinear. But when you look into it, it really kind of works in terms of its organization, in terms of its freedom. And I think there's another level here. You're missing out, I think, on this dynamic shape on the inside. So when I see it on the campus, it's really promising, very sculptural. I can't wait to come inside it. And but when I get inside, it's quite conventional, 4 wings, a center, and the programs are all kind of similar. And I think there's kind of like almost inside outside that needs to happen, to really transform that and to give it another level of duality. So anyway, I really like the concept. I think it doesn't take advantage totally of itself. This is a little odd, this elevation, by the way. This I really like your elevation with the louvers and the the sort of viewing elements opening up, but it's sitting on this glass box. It seems a little odd. It's like 2 different architectures, just the way, and maybe it's the way it's rendered or something, but I'm also thinking that needs to go to another kind of level. But very good. I mean, I think this would be, what that campus needs is some, much more kind of magnetic building, kind of iconic building to create a kind of statement. They have a big quad there. And the last thing you want to see is a bunch of more rectangles around the whole thing. And but this is a perfect kind of building for these kind of performing arts spaces, that gives an overall, visual sculptural idea, but yet within it, it has its own programs. So very good.
And the only thing I wanted to add was about, I do think that there was an opportunity along the lines of what James was saying about expressing the wings differently, that I think that some of the spaces could have been flip-flopped so that you were seeing some things from the outside and it wasn't just all internally focused, so that you were giving people glimpses from the outside of what was happening inside the building. There's a little bit of a miss. I think that would have helped with the exterior facade. And I also agree that that great patio that you have on the 3rd floor probably didn't want to have anything on top of it. It would have been nice just to have that as a a different height element in the building, and kind of be able to address the library in a different way than being completely closed over. Because I think that that's one thing that's a little bit missing from this, is you're not addressing the existing buildings as much, and having a lowered portion adjacent to the library probably would have been a nice gesture to kind of make those 2 buildings talk to one another.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
And nice job, Will.
Nice job.
Even with me scrambling, you're moving around as best I could.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I need to get a new computer. So I thank you, Sarah, for bearing with me. Thank you.
Not at all. Very nice project. And we are joined now by Michael Pinto, who is from NAC, principal at NAC Architecture. You want to say hi?
Hello.
You'll pop up in the front.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you. Sorry I'm running late, but glad to be here.
Excellent. I will give you the super cribbed version, just so you're not at a disadvantage as a critic. So you can play. So this project, and then we're going to go to Amy and Ida. We just have 2 more. So we're doing okay on time. So we have, this is the Visual and Performing Arts project for Compton College. And this is the existing campus. This is the site as it currently is, the black box. This is the master plan that Gensler developed last year, the 2019 master plan, and everything in red is new. So some of the projects are underway. The building that we chose to work on is this on this site. They proposed to have some kind of an exterior amphitheater. The project, the site basically is situated in the center, adjacent to the east is the library, to the west is a new physical education complex, which is kind of a new, there's the student activity center is sort of the head of the quad here. Which is a little bit why we, and it's a kind of something that came up when James was talking, that this route between the instructional buildings 3, the student activity center, and the soccer fields is a little bit, the idea is that that might be a little bit more heavily traveled route. So we kind of leaned the project, and also because Gensler had said that they had sort of, maybe we were tainted a little bit by the fact that Gensler had the open space to the west. But this is the library and sort of the back to the library. But here's the site. We did a very extensive program exercise where we kind of determined all of the, there is no program for this building, so we had to come up with one. So students in groups, we based the program on case studies. And then also they did a survey of the catalog and sort of picked out all of the courses that the school had. And then we assigned student numbers to all the courses in terms of the population. And then we sort of figured out how many rooms were required for each program and how many classroom and how many offices. It took a little, about, I think we spent about a week on that. And each student, they were divided in groups of 4 students, and each one did their own version of this. And you can see they also kind of did room analysis from existing case studies to sort of figure out the proportions and sizes. Of course, as James mentioned, schools are changing. So this is maybe based on kind of historical data in terms of the kinds of, but it gave us a sense of the proportions of classrooms and the sizes, the geometries for some of the more specific ones like the music department. So the program basically has visual arts, which is fine arts, digital arts, photography, and then there's a gallery, and then there's dance and theater, which have dressing rooms and the theater and rehearsal spaces. And then there's a film and video department, and then a music department. The film and video has a 100-seat cinema, that's part of it. And there's listening rooms and music studios. We ended up with about a 55,000 net square foot building, and we translated that into an 80,000 gross square foot building. The projects are all probably a little bit bigger than that because they ended up with more kind of informal space. So that was that. And then the students also did a early building, a little project at the beginning, the first couple of weeks, where they got to select an artist from this list. You can see a sort of a mixture of contemporary artists and choreographers and composers. A few of them are dead, but most of them are still alive. And then they were also given a selection of case studies to look at, and they could pick the case study, and they combined the case study and the artist into what we call little building, which is a small building for a single artist that would become the faculty member, and they would have 30 students. That was a combination of, there was some kind of influence that was based on the artist and then also the case study. So that was that. And questions?
That sounds good.
Okay. So we have the last two. Amy, you want to go ahead?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So let's start moderating. So my initial case study was the Saitama Prefectural University by Riken Yamamoto. I studied, from this project, I studied the striated circulation strategy, as seen here, as well as the 2 volumes in the open plane in between.
Amy, maybe don't move too much because it has to keep refreshing so that it,
Oh, okay, sorry.
if you click too many times, it's always out of focus.
Okay, and then for my artist, I had John Cage. So the artist, for John Cage, I was most intrigued by his piece 4 minutes and 33 seconds. In this piece, a man goes on stage and sits at a piano and he closes the lid and then he sits there for 4 minutes and 33 seconds and all you can hear are the awkward coughs and whispers made by the audience. I kind of saw John Cage as an architect in this piece. When you look at this music sheet right here, I kind of see it as John Cage drew the lines and then the music notes are drawn in by the audience. And the piece will always be unique to that moment. And then for my small building, I created a building that has a lot of flexibility that provides both closed spaces and open spaces depending on the user needs. I included these partitions that open and close, which could either close a space or connect it to the adjacent rooms. As I learned from John Cage, I attempted to create a stage for art and learning to occur. After my case study explorations, I decided to investigate a formal versus collaborative education within solid and void relationship architecturally. I was thinking that the students learn just as much from professors and textbooks as much as they do from each other. At least I do. Also, the architecture studio at Cal Poly Pomona is my favorite learning space I've ever been in. So the large open studio space is inspired by the Interim Design Center. As a volume typology, there are voids within the project that provide a collaborative or informal learning spaces for the students. The solids that flank the sides, as shown in the site plan here, or the ground floor plan, but also in the first floor plan, or the second floor plan and the third floor plan. The volumes hold program that requires a closed space, from elevators and ADA restrooms to classrooms to offices to a theater. I also created various stages on the ground floor per John Cage. So in my ground floor, you can see that there's some like dashed lines here. Those are, so I have some seating area for students to just like study and or like eat with their friends, as well as a more informal amphitheater. And these spaces have a small atrium immediately overhead, as shown in my section here. And these spaces are lit up by natural light, and therefore lighting the stage. These atriums are lined with translucent polycarbonates so that from the ground floor, it has more of an urban feel. So it looks like you're looking on the outside of a building, but when you look up, you see shadows of people moving around. In my open studio space, I have various types of furniture for different classrooms, but realistically, I think that they would change with each semester based on the classes and students. I included, so I have some closed spaces as well for more private classrooms and meeting spaces, as well as a space for drawing and studio spaces, as well as some spaces with a curtain which you can close or open based on your needs. And I also included these partitions, these sliding partitions that kind of flank the corridor like this way and this way. Oops, sorry, it's not straight, which you can see in my perspective here. So I included these partitions, which acts as an informal gallery, so that the students can like project their films or hang up their artwork, whatever they're working on during class, but also acts as an informal gallery. So people passing by can just kind of get a sneak peek into what the students are working on at the time. Finally, I'd like to talk about my facade strategy. So in my facade, I have 5 different sizes of bent perforated metal, and the 5 different types kind of signify the 5 disciplines within the building, but they work together to create this undulating curtain-like soft facade, which you can see through. On the ground floor, ground floor here, I have some dance studios, and you should be able to see the students practicing inside, but also not so much that it intrudes on their privacy. The transparency highlights movement and life within the building and all the students that are hustling to learn. And I also have a few courtyards. I have a balcony. So here, I have a balcony here. This space, which also has the facade. And yes, thank you.
Can we go to the ground floor again? So the campus plan?
I took over your moderation, Amy.
Oh, that's okay.
Do you have this plan on the campus?
Sorry, what?
Oh, so yeah, I'm just wondering, do you have that ground floor on the site plan? Do you have a site plan with that ground floor?
Oh, like a bigger site plan?
Yeah.
I don't. Sorry, my line, I guess it's not really showing, but basically I have this large void which connects the parking lot to the quad on the other side, so you can kind of walk all the way through. On the bottom is the parking lot, and on the top there's a quad.
Yeah, I mean, so I really like the strategy of this sort of the overall kind of box, you know, and then within that kind of breaking it up, you know, the sort of movement within a box, and keeping the whole thing quite disciplined, particularly the exterior, you know. I love the idea of not having elevations, you know, that the building is an exterior building with no elevations, and that it's a kind of result of an overall idea. I do find that there, again, something that's missing about this is a very kind of powerful space that you have in the center, and I almost feel like, you know, can we connect that across, you know, can we pull that out, and it may be a kind of thinking of a, you know, the site plan, the existing site plan that you're given, that's always up for grabs, you know, that's always something that you want to challenge, that your building is not just a site, but it's much larger than that. It goes way out. So my first feeling is that this connection is kind of lost, you know. Your angles are, I'm not sure about the angles, but that's probably not so important. But I think that whole kind of movement through there is so dynamic, and particularly on the upper plan, you know, these upper plans that you have, to me, that it's kind of a balance here between spaces that need to be internal. I'm not sure all of those spaces need to be so conventional in the rooms that you're showing them. I understand that, you know, recording studios and theaters, you know, need sound isolation, but many of these labs, you know, this is very conventional kind of, you know, we're not building like this anymore. Like I said before on one of the other projects, it could be a lot more experimental, you know, flexible. But that center portion and the way it works, I really like this kind of yin and yang feeling that you're doing. It got a little lost in the roof plan. It seemed like it was another building completely on the roof, and seemed to have kind of lost that central power of that central space. And then the other comment I would have is the sections. The sections, and you often see this in buildings that are really tight and disciplined. The section here could be a lot more lyrical. The section just seems to be one floor after another, particularly this, very conventional section. It seemed to be an opportunity here to push this idea of that central area with all the perforations. The section too could have been, think of the section not just as each floor plan, but how can the section kind of overlap and look from one space to another. So I think that's another area that it could push. But overall, I think it's a very interesting strategy. And I think it's one too that, that's very doable. I love the exterior, that it's not an elevation building. Very good.
Thank you.
Maybe just to build on that, I think when you started out, you mentioned about the learning, the casual learning, the informal learning, and I think right now, what I think the strength of this project is how well it's organized. From a standpoint, technically how one assembles a diverse program, I think it's really pretty masterfully done. Additional moments between the formal and the informal. I'm wondering how would you draw this project to be able to force the issue? And so I'm wondering if you actually would need to draw 12 sections of this project. And going through those spaces that really capitalize and leverage those opportunities for you to see from one floor to the next, to see connect down, to connect out. And I think when you go to that center space, boy, I'm really looking for those moments where you see, and perhaps it's on the ground floor most evidently, that the larger space. How does that open out to that large space? At the moment, it opens out onto a little corridor, which is not so graceful of a connection, I think, to that big space. So I think you have a lot of opportunity right on your plate right now. If you just take the project where it sits and say, I have to figure out how to make connections, how to bridge these two kinds of learning environments, the formal and the informal.
Sarah, can you just take us to the section that goes, section A, that goes north-south, please? So the difference between section A and the section cut line AA in plan tells you something. You have a very strong interest in the perimeter on establishing boundaries. So you do that in a couple of ways. You have this, what you call the soft facade that wraps it, but then running north-south are two blocks of program that then create this kind of rind or crust. And then inside, between them on certain floors, certainly on the ground floor, is this openness. And one of the things about developing a project from all the information that you have is to recognize the limits, but also recognize that sometimes you have to put pressure on yourself. What is the thing that you absolutely have to maintain? And I would argue that when I look at the section, it says something quite different from the plan for that space that runs north-south. And it shouldn't have been too hard if you said, I have to pressure that. I have to make sure that this is not just a passage with a couple of nice light wells, and it is not an atrium, but it is 40% of the floor plate. And there are ways to do that because unlike your other colleagues, well, the first two, you've actually gone higher than the buildings on either side. It could have gone higher. That was that limit that hadn't been established in the master plan, and therefore you could find yourself going higher. I think that the project that I mentioned earlier, Artigas's Faculty of Architecture and Urban Planning, FAUP in Sao Paulo, tells you once again, like Corbusier, the gift that keeps on giving, how you can assemble an atrium middle space with the lines of program on either side, with the ramp, and on the ground floor +1, maybe -1 as well, is this kind of this sociable arcade that goes through. So if you look at that section, you'll know exactly what I mean. There's a moment there where every single graduating student, well, the entire school can gather. And so if one starts to think about your programming, all the programming that you guys did, as groups of people from 1 to 500 could come together. So the sociability of this building would push you for different scales of spaces, which was also in the project that you were looking at for the small things. So in one sense, then, knowing that when people gather, when they come out of an auditorium, when they are on that ground floor, there may be how many? What is the maximum occupancy of this building, given your programming? 600 students, 2,000 students at full capacity? Anyone can answer?
We have it on the program. It's a good question because I can't even remember.
No worries. It's just a matter of those limits were external, and you guys determined them. So that's what. So early, for the first person, I was saying, so how high can it go? Because she hadn't brought on Zollverein, which is a cube, and now I'm saying, so what is the maximum capacity, and what is, because that will also tell. Well, at some point we have all these people together. Isn't that absolutely amazing? The sociability of life in this building. And you brought in something very nice where you said, John Cage's piece, 4 minutes and 33 seconds, he provides just the kind of scaffolding of the music scoring lines. But what happens is the people, the coughs, the noise, the cacophony. And then you said something equally beautiful where you said, and therefore each score is for that moment. So you brought time into your project, and time and people. And I think when you go back in and you say it's not just space, but it's time. Ultimately, it's time, the temporal dimension, the 24/7, 365 of the pulsing of life in this building, and the number of people keep going up and down. And that would then immediately help you score the building that you already have. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think it's hard to tell with community colleges how many people, because some people only take one class and some take, a full score of courses, but I think we had about 700 students, something like that.
Yes, if you're imagining the life of a community college, which is pulses on a different rhythm, but at some moment there could be as many as 500. And then there are moments when someone is just sitting by herself. So if one thinks of time, there's a beautiful quote by Aldo van Eyck. I think he said, whatever space and time mean, place and occasion mean more. And so the abstractions of space and time were sort of turned over by this modernist humanist who says whatever space and time mean, place and occasion mean more.
When you think about the community college system, the idea that people are coming and going, are finding time between classes that are perhaps there for one class before they go to a job. The idea that your ground floor begins to take on some responsibility or role in providing some amenity, I think is a smart one. I think the point of how does that connect to a broader campus infrastructure becomes pretty interesting. How do you connect to or provide something complementary or different or an extension of what's in those quads to begin with, and perhaps thinking, of a day in the life of these various students or even faculty who are teaching one class in one building and perhaps don't have a home or would like a home to spend time between their adventures there. But then I just also want to say that I think the facade has some really spectacular potential in thinking about that. That's where I'm seeing the opportunity to think about the interior operation of the building becoming both connected to other students, other faculty, a kind of a beacon of activity, an opportunity for students to aspire to what's going on in this building by starting to see activity and motion. So there's a lot of interesting things starting at play with this kind of gauzy skin that starts to show up here.
All right, Christina, sorry, we keep, if you have last comment.
No, the only thing I would say, and I think this is it's kind of been a common theme, is looking at the ground plane and how it relates to the other parts of campus. I would say, you have an equal sized opening facing a parking lot as you do facing a quad. And so you might want to think about how you can modulate, and make very clear where you want people to go. I mean, when you're standing in the quad and you're looking through this great building, all you're seeing is a parking lot, and vice versa. So thinking about how you might be able to shape that opening between the two bars might help also kind of craft that informal space.
Okay.
Christina, we have to change the Gensler plan. That parking has to move.
Yeah, it's not in the right spot.
Yeah, that crowd, they mucked up the plan. I know what they did by bringing in that parking.
All right, nice job, Amy.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, last project of the early session. Ida,
Hi, my name is Ida.
you have to keep it at 25 minutes.
Okay. So the major concept of my project is creating variety within rigidity and order.
Wait, I have to join your moderation. And make sure you zoom in so that, because people may not have big screens. I mean, they can also zoom around if they have concept board, but otherwise just zoom in to the drawings as you're doing them, because you have a lot of detail in the drawing. So get as close as you can.
Okay, I will. So the major concept of the project is creating variety within rigidity and order, as well as designing dynamic spaces that encourage flexibility and movement, which fosters collaborative and communal learning environments. So this concept was derived from our first initial exercise with my artist of choice, who was Soloit. I was interested in the surreal art that he generated through the application of rules and logic, as well as his view on authorship. I looked at the art pieces called Incomplete Open Cubes, where he systematically explored the many ways of not making a cube in the incomplete grid. I also read the artwork with a sense of ambiguous directionality. I translated this into the circulation of my little building. Like his work, the instructions are rigid like the grid, but the way you inhabit and circulate within the grid is up for interpretation and variation. The case study I referenced for both my little building and my final project was the Zolveran School by Sana, taking notes on how the plans are made up of floating core program and then the open flex space surrounding them within a grid. as well as the use of curtains for privacy and bringing in diffused light. Through studying this case study and further development in my little building, I began researching space adaptation and the use of curtains experientially, which translated into my final project. Being located between the street and the quad, it was important to respond contextually to the site by taking advantage of two entrances that respond to both the north and the south, where the building becomes a threshold to the campus, where anyone, not only art students, can be exposed and experience the arts program, as well as shifting the building to the east boundary of the site, which allows the quad to extend and continue alongside the project. The Performing Arts and Visual Arts School is designed to be open and flexible, where the learning and workspaces can be freely made and shaped more intimate by curtains, which not only allows for spaces to evolve and be repurposed, but also introduces a theatrical and playful dialogue within the school and invites students to perform with it and change the spaces. Because of the openness and lack of walls, the entire project is constantly on display and performing. So the -1 level houses program that requires more controlled light, such as film and photography, music production, and theater rehearsal, as well as the supporting programs for the auditorium. The ground plan is left intentionally open and houses formal performance spaces such as the auditorium and dance studios, and an informal performance area that opens up to the quad, as well as an open gallery, which allows for daylight to come into the project and down into the -1 level. The studio level houses all the visual art learning and workspaces. The open and versatile plan encourages cross-discipline learning and a sense of freedom, where the curtains allow the users to feel the whole space or divide it into predefined programs depending on how you want to teach and learn. Additionally, on this level, there are 3 double height courtyard spaces that allow the studios to expand and blend outdoors, connecting the students back to nature and the campus. The top level has open department offices and classrooms, as well as adaptable informal learning areas. This level can also be accessed from the studio level courtyards below. Because private offices have been omitted, enclosed private spaces that cater to meetings or more introverted study act as objects within an open field where teachers and students can work and coexist together. So section A is cut through the auditorium and screening room, as well as one of the courtyard spaces. Additionally shown is one of the 2 major skylights that brings daylight into the entire project. The second section cuts to the main social stairs and shows how you can circulate throughout the entire project, as well as how the spaces and different majors are visually connected across all the levels. This section also shows how the project sits in relation to the quad and the parking, and how one can effortlessly slip under and into the project. As previously mentioned, the major concept is creating variety within rigidity. Here, the rigid grid becomes the organizing factor where everything is derived and designed from. The complexity and variety is driven by the users, where the notion of the wall relative to the program is challenged, which gives the users the liberty to create spaces and adapt them to their needs by moving curtains and different elements, bringing the building to life. These diagrams show how the studios can be reconfigured and adapted between the fixed elements, such as the columns, and the free spaces, with the curtains acting like moderators to shape and define learning and work areas while encouraging movement and flexibility. These scenes show how the curtains can be used to visually and physically connect and define spaces, creating a dynamic environment which caters to a creative program, allowing the users to be creative with the building itself for whatever activities the students will take on. These exterior perspectives highlight the courtyard spaces on the second level, which are connected with an exterior circulation that wraps the entire project. This not only provides additional access to the different studios and levels, but also, along with the playful dialogue of the curtains, activates the ever-changing facade, and the project becomes a constant performance to the entire campus. And then, Sarah, if I can quickly share my screen, please.
Yep.
So during these times and through developing this project, the importance of creating open and versatile spaces became more and more apparent, where architecture can attempt to combat obsolescence by designing efficient environments for both present and future use, as well as designing for uncertainty. This animation illustrates the concept of how spaces that are flexible enough to adapt to the evolving student and program can be designed with an element that helps redefine the way we conceive and inhabit spaces, such as curtains, as well as showing how flexibility and movement is what brings life into education. Thank you.
Well,
Ada.
I was thinking sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
I'll just quickly, I just as you were presenting, I was thinking, boy, this is something that really needs a little animation. So really incredible that you took that on. The one I think the project is pretty incredible, and the flexibility within rigidity or variation within rigidity, I think is a fascinating thing to investigate. And there's some really amazing moments, I think, in the project. The one thing I guess I wanted to challenge you on is that it feels like when you go through the building in some of the plans, I was thinking as you were walking through, like, it is really bold to have people kind of meandering through spaces that are both occupied and functioning. But I guess then I got disappointed that you then provided the out of the perimeter circulation that kind of let them off the hook. And you know, it's probably more practical that way. But I guess I was intrigued by where it was going, that you really were kind of making sure that there was this mix of things going on in the interior of the building. So I don't know, I just throw that out there, but really strong and very well presented.
And I totally agree. Go ahead.
I was going to step in, sorry. Ida, you have a sensibility. It's a visual sensibility, but it is also the sort of sensibility we were talking about earlier about the sociability of this space. A couple of comments. Once again, I think when Sarah put that list of artists together and you guys went and picked one, then clearly you picked it because of some interest in their work with their procedures. It's very helpful to keep going back to them. I think things like that are like oracles. Keep going back and say, tell me more about where I am in my project. The having picked Saul Levitt and showing us his cubes and his many other kinds of paintings, what he was setting up was, in that conceptual art moment, were rules and logic, questioning authorship, because then the rules, the rubric of formal instructions could be given to gallerists anywhere to reproduce their work. So there was a kind of ludic openness to very precise formal instructions. So the first gap there was, in your project, are you giving the students a very clear set of formal logic within which they can perform, or are you giving the administration and the architects a set of formal compositional elements that then can be in the incomplete cube manner, cubic exploration, so where they could actually change the space? Those two things are important because where the degree of control is matters in a project like this, and this is what Houbraken called levels of control in a building. I think where is the giveaway that you're an architect, and here I blame, Jacques, all of us, these false dichotomies that we set up between variety and rigidity. When you showed us the column grid and it was equal in the X and Y direction, and there was no variation in the grid, that was your choice. Grids can be supple. They can extend in one grain versus another. So I think the interesting thing here is, at what level are you proposing control? And at what level are you allowing performance by the activity or by actually what Habraken called the partitions and the furnitures and so on. So I'd invite you to ask yourself, if this project were to go forward, what would you do if you were Sol LeWitt? Would you write a rubric of formal instructions for performance and occupation, or would you write a rubric of formal instructions for the grammar of the partitions and the furniture and so on? And at that point, then you can come back and destabilize that false dichotomy between rigidity and variety.
I wanted to say a little bit of that. I thought the presentation is quite beautiful, you know, these black and white drawings, you know. I love some of those, even with the face masks inside. Beautiful, you know, beautiful presentation, you know, and I find it very consistent. And I also think that it also, you know, with current educational ways of thinking, that this could work very well. Can we go to the exterior for a minute and the plans? I like the way it's almost, I mean, this is probably not intentional, but it's almost like a Japanese tea house. I like the way it's almost one story, you know, that the whole thing, you've disciplined it so that we have this 2 floors, but the ground is very open and it really sits on this upper floating element that pulls it across. I think that's very tight. Could we go to the ground floor? Yeah, and this is the area I think that's problematic for you, is that, and it's how do you deal with larger volumes? The upper floors are working very well in terms of this formal and informal teaching, flexible versus, you know, controlled. But at the ground floor, these large volumes are all in the way. You know, they've gotten in the way of having, you know, the readability, the sort of legibility of your concept. You know, this box within, you know, elements moving within this box and the structure, and it's consumed by those big masses. You know, that large theater space there. You know, I don't know if it's a concert hall or it's a theater, it's a lyric theater, but it's in the way, and there, you know, part of that could be the, you know, partially below ground or pushing the whole thing above ground or pulling it up. But I think that's an area, I think the ground floor is kind of going against your concept. So that's something that I think needs to kind of look at that more. But I think the overall strength of this is the kind of discipline of the box, you know, and I think your precedents that you looked at were very good. The Sana project was really a kind of key, I think, although I don't think they had any larger elements in there, but it was kind of key to all this. Was that the Donald Judge artist that you were looking at?
Sol LeWitt.
Sol LeWitt.
Okay, yeah. And I thought this section, you know, for me, this section was very strong, that the public element of coming in at the ground, and then the upper floors being kind of sandwiched in there was very strong, you know, that it really gave it a kind of lyrical quality. I think for me, it's just the ground floor has to be kind of reimagined, you know, almost coming from the top down, and really letting this kind of architecture kind of breathe all the way through. But I think it's a very strong project. And I understand the comment about the outside gallery, but I like the way it kind of floats everything. Beautiful.
I just want to say, I think the presentation is beautiful. Your drawings are very successful and clear. The sections are quite lovely.
Gorgeous, black and white.
Yeah. And I like the way that you've addressed the existing amphitheater on the quad side. I think you have addressed kind of each side of the project is different. And that was successful in the way that you did that by kind of having the indent with the amphitheater. And so I think that that your response to the site is very good. I think it's a lovely project.
Thank you.
You know, it's also just it seems this project, and granted I've only seen two, but this seems to make sense of this parking lot in a way, that the way the building is orienting itself, it feels like it's helping the master plan make sense, because of its weight towards a kind of communal space on the interior.
And it sits well between these two buildings, right? The library and that physical education building. It has a kind of grand scale by the manipulation of the section, right? As a kind of floating box. I mean, you could plant some trees on the back of that. I don't know why they needed all that parking.
I think you had a lot of fun with those little, it's a little bit maniacal, like how much how much detail there is in these little drawings. You have to get really close to them to see them, but
I mean, it sort of feels like archigram, right? Like going back, it feels like it's a hand-drawn presentation, you know, rather than a digital.
I think you could look at, just to expand your reference, says, I'm sure you've looked at Atelier Bow Wow and the way they use their construction documents to show occupation and life. And they have a different kind of sensibility that they bring to showing these kinds of moments, these occasions that I was referring to, you know, that Aldo Van Eyck talked about, for instance, that the young woman who's painting, but it looks like she's staring like Narcissus into a reflection of herself. And those are the kinds of things that animate life. And look at Atelier Bow Wow if you haven't before, because they can even then include the rebar in the concrete. It's a fascinating kind of mashup of architectural description.
Although this building, it seemed to me almost a heavy timber, you know, a timber building would feel
well,
like it could work.
It could definitely be, because it is that moment when, you know, Kenzo Tange and the Shinohara building in timber, but it's concrete, or it could be vice versa. So I have a question, and this is for all of you. Now that you've done this, and you did this collectively in this group of 5, you did the programming, you did the references that Sarah had given you, and the 5 of you have shown quite different volumes. And this is a good reflective learning moment on the pedagogy of the studio. So what is the volume of Will and Will's building, Jessica's, Caitlin's, Amy's, and Ida's? They're quite different. So if you did a quick cross comparison of volume and then perhaps of what might be conditioned or unconditioned space, and you might realize that actually a lot of these spaces didn't have to be conditioned as in HVAC, mechanical air conditioning, and you would begin to also put an overlay of passive environmental performance into them, because there's a fair amount of space which can be used for ventilation and for use to you know, dissipate heat. The other thing is, once you do this comparison, you will also understand what has been one of the kind of intriguing things. How much percentage is enclosed? In other words, closed off rooms. How much space is open for informal? And how much space is actually potentially, you know, Ida's has a much smaller building volume. Some others, I think just before Ida, Amy had a much larger one. So it's kind of intriguing to see where your ideas, your formal ideas took you in terms of building space and building volume.
Ida, do you want to tackle it, and or Will or Amy, Caitlin, Jessica?
I have to say that when Mark and I were in grad school and had to take that really kind of carrier air-conditioned sponsored climate course, and we were told to size an air conditioning system, we picked the latitude with the least thermal range, the least necessity for air conditioning or heating, and we ended up somewhere around where you guys are. And we both got terrible grades because we said it only needs some supplemental stuff on 5 days a year. And so I think with the porosity that has come from the program, formal and informal, I think with the sociability of spaces, I think with the variety of openings of different sorts, you might want to just put that next register on and say, could this be minimally mechanically air conditioned? And the Arquitectus project in Barcelona, which is an environmental research lab, but then becomes a demonstration building, they don't need air conditioning other than in 2-3 rooms because, and it's a beautifully studied and simulated. And then when they do use it, they use it with a little bit of geothermal. And like yours, Ada, if it weren't timber, if it were concrete, they use the thermal mass of the structure, of the material to continue to modulate the temperature. So if it can be done in Barcelona, it can be done in LA, these kinds of, temperate climates nearest sea. So I think that's one lesson that you guys could take away from these, that you've produced a range of variation between closed and open and semi-open because of what the programming gave you. And now you can say, how much is it? What are the various ratios? So I have it at hand. Or if you did it for the entire studio, you guys would have an incredible primer. So you wouldn't just have to sort of add 20% for in-circulation or add 20% for services. You would have the possibility, the range that a program like an art school could allow. And then you could also say, could we do this with as little, with as passively as possible? So I commend you on all of that because it's not just done. And I know that you have another 2 weeks for putting a publication together, and perhaps the register of these analytical diagrams that just compare the percentages to different kinds of spaces, and then also talk about environmental performance in the passive sense.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. We're right at 4. We're gonna have the next coming in. But thank you, James and Michael and Christina and Saber for joining us for this early part. And if you want to look around, I sent you all the concept board. You can look around at some of the other projects.
Well, thank you. I just want to thank all the students. Fabulous work, and delighted to be part of the review here, and with Michael, Christina, and everybody. Great work. And don't worry, there's going to be lots to be done after the pandemic. There's a lot of work going to happen.
Yeah, we've got to reinvent education and health and all that. There's a lot of work to do.
It'll be exciting. Take care.
Yep.
Good to see you, Michael.
Thank you all. Yes, you too. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, and thanks again.
Bye, Saber. All right. I thought we were going to have a break. We went a little long on the last one. So we'll just keep, at least the students didn't pull an all-nighter last night since the work was due on Monday. So they're more alert today. All right, so let me check who's here. So I see Mitra and I see Leslie. and Jonathan, are you here?
Yep.
Excellent. With Jonathan, and then David Johnson. Maybe. David, are you here? I think you are. I see a David. There's no last name, but I think that's you. Let me stop share for a minute and check the chat since I can't check the chat. David Johnson, you here?
Yes. Hello.
There you are.
Hey. Yep. Just trying to get my controls under control.
All right. Very good. So we have our new crew here, and David, this will be a little redundant since I explained a little bit about this when you came to speak to the students a few weeks ago, but we'll go through just a quick explanation early on of the project, the site, the program, and some of the ways that we decided to do the sort of set up the prompts for the project and some of the research the students did. And Jonathan was one of our workshop leaders from HMC, so he was very helpful early on when we were working out some of the design parameters for the project. It's great to have you back, Jonathan.
I'm excited to see what you guys have come up with.
All right, so it's a good crew. So I'll introduce our jurors. So we have Mitra Memari, who's a partner at ZGF and is also on the board of AIA. This is a very heavy AIALA jury today. It's on the board of AIALA, and she will be next year's president of AIALA, the board president. And so we're very excited to have Mitra. And everybody that's invited today is across all of the sections is involved in education, designing, has been involved in doing educational building. So it's a very experienced crew that we have. So we have Leslie Seidner, director of Cumming Corporation, also a friend and also a board member of AIALA, and chair of the JEDI committee, JEDI committee, which is good. We have Irene is actually one of the students here, one of the founding members of our NOMAS chapter. So it's, and then we have Jonathan Reichert from HMC Architecture, who was a Cal Poly Pomona grad and actually a student of mine many years ago. And now it's a designer at HMC, and David Johnson, who's design director at Gensler and who was also involved in the master plan that we used for this project. So good to have you back to see how the students approach the work. Hopefully you were all able to get on the concept board.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see a range of projects. We're going to go through 5 projects today, but you can take a look at some of the other projects that we worked on. So I'm going to share my screen and then I'm going to let the students take over. But just quickly, this is the existing site. So this is a visual and performing arts building for Compton College. And this is the current campus, which used to be a high school, which is kind of why you see these very long, skinny buildings. And then the campus is undergoing a pretty radical transformation. We actually worked off of this, which is the 2019 master plan that was developed by Gensler, including David. And you can see the buildings in black are the buildings that are to remain. And you can see how most of the campus is being reconfigured, is being rebuilt. So the project that we chose to work on is one of the last phases of the master plan, which is this Visual and Performing Arts Center. It's next to the library, which is to the east. This is facing sort of roughly north. So this is due north. You'll see the project site. The students sort of straightened the plan so that it was easier to work with. But basically the north part is the quad, the central quad. Gensler proposed a kind of amphitheater here. Some of the students left it as is being proposed. Others sort of reconfigured it to work with their building design. There's a little theater that's currently slated to be kept. We decided to eliminate it to make kind of more space for the building that we were working on. And there's this physical education complex that's being, I believe is currently either started or construction or sort of already completed design anyway. And then we have the Student Activities Center. And then there's a series of student services on the other side of the quad and the admin building. And then these are the rest of the instructional buildings across the quad. Gensler proposed a small parking lot for this visual performing arts and a drop-off. So we kept that. And then there's a kind of future parking to the south in the fields. And here's the aerial master plan, aerial photograph of the project. You can see with the red circle where we are. And you can see this library building that's there. It's a kind of a glass curtain wall with a curve. I have some images. So this is some images of the campus. This is a little theater that we're getting rid of. And then this is the central images from the central quad. That's the existing library building. And then a lot of the other parts of the campus are these sort of very low buildings, which are going to be replaced. So one of the things that happened was because we did not, this is a much later building. It has not been programmed yet. So we didn't actually know exactly what would go into it. When I selected this project for the studio, I realized that there wasn't really a program. And I thought it was a good opportunity to work with the students on developing the program. So what we did is that in order to try to figure out what was going in it, all we had were the main categories of the program pieces. So visual arts and photography, dance and theater, film and video, and the music department. And we developed, I asked the students to basically do research of multiple buildings to find similar projects, anywhere that they could find them with this type of program. And then they also scoured the catalog and figured out all of the courses that were taught and what the subjects were. And then we figured out how many students we thought were in the program based on the courses. And the faculty sort of made a determination of how many faculty there might be given the catalog. So a little bit of it was guesswork, but then they also kind of did sort of room data sheets for each of the programs that were in the catalog. And I had the students do them in groups of 4 so that we would have a comparison. So this is like version 1. This is a group of 4 students, and they sort of established, how many classrooms, what types of classrooms, and then what the square footage would be for those classrooms, a kind of rough estimate of the students, the capacity for those. We spent a little bit less on that, but certainly like how big all of these rooms were, and mostly to develop this list, because we didn't have that. All we had, like I said, was the what's in blue, the main category. So so from the catalog, we figured out there was fine arts, and you can see the number of students there that we estimated next to them. Fine arts, which includes a lot of different types of, you know, from sculpture to ceramic to printmaking, metalsmithing, drawing, digital arts, photography, art history. There's a small art history department. There's a gallery, so that there was a fine arts gallery. And then based on that, we estimated the number of offices, meeting rooms, you know, all the kind of staff for that particular group of departments. So then we have for dance, there were a couple dance studios, a rehearsal theater, and then there's also like a scene shop and the costume and laundry. And then there's a theater that's shared between the dance and the theater department with all of their back of house components. Again, the kind of faculty and staff. And then film and video, we have, you know, various film studios, you know, equipment rooms. There's a 100-seat cinema that we figured would be appropriate given the size of the program. And then we have the music department. There's rehearsal spaces, dub spaces, production rooms, studios, small studios. We ended up with and you can see the square footages that we ended up with were fairly similar. The students from their research, it was anywhere between 50,000 to 60,000 net square feet. So we established from that we made an average, and we created an actual net square footage of about 55,000 and a gross square footage of 80,000. And here you can see all of the various rooms. The students, when we were doing their first kind of layouts, one of the things that they did is they did a kind of what we called the Frankenstein building, which is that they took actual rooms from other buildings to assemble a kind of a sort of adjacency diagram, and that would also give scale to the project so that they could figure out kind of what rooms fit together on a floor. And so there was a lot of, I would say there was a lot of design that was sort of based on the interior configuration of the project. So this particular building, we definitely started from the inside out. And a lot of I would say a lot of the work went into trying to wrestle such a kind of massive amounts of different types of spaces for the students, like so many rooms and so many different sizes and configurations. So some of it was just sort of coming to figure out a geometry that would work for that and an arrangement. So the other thing we did is early on in the semester, I had the students, since this is a visual and performing arts school, I had the students research one artist. I gave them this list, and they picked whoever they wanted, and it goes from filmmakers, Spike Lee, Quentin Tarantino, to photographers like Cindy Sherman, sculptors, artists, painters, conceptual artists like Mark Bradford or Charles Gaines, Marina Abranovich, performance, and dancers, choreographers. We had a couple composers. So most of these are kind of living artists. There's a few that are no longer living, but we used them anyway. So the idea was that they would serve as the faculty member for this little building. So the students designed a small version before they tackled the bigger project. Was one faculty member from this list, and then 30 or 40 students that would be students of that faculty member. And then they also did a case study based on kind of looking at these list of buildings that I gave them, and they could pick, some, a project, whatever project they wanted, and then they combine the research on the artist and the case study to come up with this little small building that served as a kind of initial generator for the project. So I think that's it. Questions anybody might have? Okay.
Wow, you did a lot. It's impressive. And it's a robust program.
It's a lot for 12 weeks. Yeah.
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 So the students basically, did 2 designs, lots of research. We also we did a lot of these 3 workshops. We had visitors come and give lectures. It was fun semester. And then the last week or so, we did a lot of work on kind of representational strategies and drawing, which is kind of something that I like doing in all my studios. So we did some work on that. All right, so we're gonna have 5 students today. The last 5, it's Liz, Sandy, Dara, Andrew, and Miguel. And these are 4th year undergrads, 5th year undergrads, and there are 2 3rd year MArch 1, first professional grad students. And it's basically a vertical studio where they're all mixed in together. For the 4th years, it's the first studio, kind of a topic studio that they've had after finishing their core curriculum in 3rd year. And then the 5th years are going into their senior project, and the 3rd year grads are going into their thesis. So it's a kind of a range of different levels all together, which makes it interesting. All right, so Liz, do you want to start?
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. I'm gonna start moderating. Okay.
So yeah, you can follow along on concept board, or Liz is just also going to walk you through, and I've shared my screen, so you can use either you can look at the screen right now, or you can look at the concept board, but at least for the moderation, it'll make it easier. Make sure, Liz, that when you zoom into the projects, you zoom in a little bit more and don't move too much, because concept board, like I told you, takes a little while to refresh and then it looks blurry. So, all right, go ahead.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so for my major concept, the organization of the building is based on long vertical program blocks that surround the atrium, creating a firmly fixed circulation. So based on the little project that I created, I am going to scroll down. To my little project. And here we have my little project that I selected, an artist by the name of Malvich that created a piece called Supremacist Composition in 1916. He was known for his abstract art in the 20th century. And then the case study that I selected was the Wolverine School Management and Design by Sana. It's a large cube with a strict grid and allowed to have an open plan and have more opportunities in plan. So I moved around programs and overlap the squares and lines from the art piece onto my small building. So that's how I got created my small building. And then I also, so going to my project, here is a diagram I created, a simple diagram showing how I took the strict grid and that allowed me to have like a vertical program block for my project. So I split the cube into 3 and subtracted half of the middle cut. So to have that vertical circulation from the atrium and to the parking. So now I'm going to go up to this diagram showing the programs. I'm going to zoom in to the basement. We have here some of the
film department, some of the visual arts, dance theater, and what you see in white is the circulation, and the gray is the service space. So for the ground floor, we have some of the film department, visual arts, dance theater, and on the second floor, we have also some of the film, visual arts, dance theater, and on the last level, we have most of the music department, and we have all of the offices. So for my environmental strategy, okay, I'm gonna zoom out. I'm gonna scroll up to my floor plan. So for my environmental strategy, I chose an atrium building typology to have a circular circulation in the center of the building and to have access to natural light. Also for that, so for the main entrance, you will be coming in from the quad area. See my mouse. And then from the parking area, the entrance would be this way. Arrow. So we have here the theater and the screening room, the rehearsal theater, and then you also have the drawing and painting, jewelry, and the ceramic. Coming to the second floor, we have all the classrooms on this side, and then we have here more of the labs and so forth. And you also have the dance studio in the middle. And then the third level, you'll see the outdoor areas for the offices, so the students can interact with the instructors and so forth.
Liz, maybe point where the pink is all exterior, right? Is that?
Yes, all exterior here.
On all the floors. Right?
Yes. Here. It's harder than it looks to draw. Okay. Yeah, so taking down to the section cuts, we have the theater in the center, and then we have the screening room on the right, and then the jewelry and the green room on the ground floor, and then the computer editing on the bottom. So as you can see, it has a fluidity through the ground floor from the parking to the quad. And then on the section A2, you'll see how the atrium, as you go up, you see the levels widening up more. So you have more of a visual from floor to floor. Let me see if I can draw this from here. Okay. Yeah, so you have here, visual here, and here, and here. And so for this diagram shows how the narrative of how students and this would be where the offices and the outdoor area of the students can circulate around the building from the indoor and outdoor. And also here is the ground floor where you can enter from the stage, and you can also see let me zoom in, how students can come up to stage and circulate around the theater. This is another diagram showing how on the main floor, on the ground floor, where you can enter through the atrium, having this vertical circulation as well. And then here are some of the perspective views of the outdoor space. This view would be from the parking area, which is the south side, and then the one on the left is from the facing north side. And so for my facade, I did they're made out of perforated metal. So how I selected how to make these open cuts were from the open outdoor spaces. And then here are some of the elevations, if you can see. And I believe that is all.
Do you mind taking us back to the floor plans and looking back at the program? I'd be interested to know kind of what drove your thoughts in terms of what program elements were connected with what program elements in regards to adjacencies.
Yeah, so I selected to have more of like the film and let me take more of the film department and the visual arts that don't need that much lighting, like the photo stage, equipment room, media room, editing room, printmaking. And then for the film would be more of like the computer editing room, film studio. So all those that don't need that much natural lighting, I'll put them on the ground floor and then distribute them how the spaces were much larger on the ground floor to have that more of a
You mean the basement, right? Like
oh,
the logo.
Yeah, the basement. That's the basement, and this is the ground floor. Yes. So I've tried to rearrange how the students will have a better opportunity to find the program and find the specific classroom they need to be in or department. And then the informal and formal space, that also indicates how the studying room area surrounds those corners or spots. Oh, it's good to hear. And I placed all the classrooms together and all the offices together for more of a more interaction with the students and with the instructors as well. And also allowed me to give a more of a outdoor indoor spaces for the classrooms so they can have more of a fluidity and more space of how their work can be.
I'm sorry, Liz, can you zoom into that a little bit again? I'm trying to understand the kind of indoor-outdoor relationship. Oh, I see. Okay.
Liz, can you remind me where is north on the plan?
North would be where the entrance of the atrium, from the atrium, that would be the north side.
It's true north on the plan.
It's not quite true north, it's a little bit off.
Slightly, yeah.
Okay.
What's interesting, I mean, I think you've come up with a sort of simple, elegant plan that starts to address a lot of the kind of key issues that we face in education environments, which is how do you create that sense of community? Bringing different disciplines, bringing, all the students and faculty together in almost like a singular space. But at the same time, having very distinct sort of easily identifiable spaces that are dedicated to a specific discipline.
I really like the idea of, we're in Southern California, being able to utilize the exterior for these kind of activities. That's something that I always find that it's missing in buildings. One thing I wonder, because it seems like those orientations are on the east and west side, which could get a lot of glare and heat gain, and I love the use of the perforated metal that you shared, and that can really help not just open up, but also create barriers to help with the natural environment as they're coming in on those facades.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's one area that I'd like to understand a little better, just in terms of your thought process for the envelope. And I'll qualify that by saying, I think, you've identified, it's a very simple diagram again, the legibility of this kind of box that contains all these kind of mystery boxes inside, all this kind of interesting stuff. But it's I think there's an opportunity to start to engage the broader campus community. And how do you sort of blur that line? Transparency is one vehicle for doing it, kind of layering of different materials. How are you kind of envisioning that?
Well, I wanted that interaction to happen more where they entered through the theater on the ground floor. That's why I kept the area more open and freely for more of the gathering and more of like most populated spot coming from the east, the quad area. So that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What happens in that outdoor space on the upper, well, right below where the arrow is, so on the upper right?
That's more of outdoor area. It can be more where all the social meetings, or I don't know, like where students can be around right before class or entering the building, instead of being where students walk down the sidewalk. So they have an area to stop and just gather right before class or getting their stuff together.
I also
entering the theater.
think that would be a great space for work to happen as well.
Yeah.
And to allow people to see the students at work, which is, it allows the other students to kind of learn, because it's so great to have all of these different disciplines in one building. It kind of reminds me of the old high school of music and art in New York, where you had like musicians and artists all in the same building, as opposed to being segregated, as usually happens at a college campus, with like, the music building is over there and the art building is over there, and then, photography's over there, and they don't really blend together. And I think that space would be great for both people just passing by, but also students to kind of see other people at work.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, I agree to that.
Yeah, I think along those lines, one of the great things about all these art disciplines is that they have various realms of overlap, and it's nice. I love the 3-story stair that you have, allowing for kind of visual interconnection between the floors and sort of between different disciplines as they've been relegated to different floors. I think one thing you might want to look at is, how could you possibly program some of the interstitial space. Those, you have beautifully wide corridors and a lot of student space inside, which is something we're always going for in our projects. But what's a way that you could begin to think about maybe display areas or practice areas or ways to get students interacting cross-discipline in some of those large spaces there? It would just be great to think about different ways to be able to program that, to utilize that, so that it really gets some of that cross collaboration.
Yeah.
Yeah, those boxes you just highlighted, they're sort of the internal piazza for all of this rich program, you know.
You know,
How do you offer cues and clues in the kind of architecture to even facilitate that connection?
Yeah.
In a way, it's kind of like, how do you bring a little bit of playfulness or fun to this space? I really liked your small project that you did, and kind of, I think that had like this display within the spaces. Just kind of those images, you know, that you can have a narrowed corridor that then opens up to something that's of a surprise, or something that's, you know, a view that you wouldn't be expecting. And so I think those are opportunities, just kind of with slight movements within that gridded structure, to find a little bit of play.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want to give yourself an opportunity to have different types of spaces, even within that grid, so that you'd have like small intimate spaces for a couple of people to, I don't know, maybe somebody's working out a scene and there are 3 students who step outside of the classroom to work through a scene, versus some larger space where maybe there are 3 or 4, 5 or 6 or more dancers kind of moving through the space, so that you give different weights to the spaces. They all seem a little bit even. And you just want to kind of give people different opportunities. But it's really, the simplicity is really very beautiful.
Thank you.
Do you mind walking us through the diagram, sort of that initial massing diagram again?
Yeah, so I basically wanted this connection or a fluidity through the building from students or visitors coming from the parking, the south side, and coming from the north side, which is the quad area. So that's why I wanted to have that cut through between the theater. And so I wanted to focus on that, and then see how I can work around keeping that fluidity through the whole floor.
This might just be a comment on graphics, but I do like that idea of having this almost be a pass-through building. So students are walking from the parking lot to other points of campus. They're using this as a way to walk through it. And it would be nice to almost have some of the art then on display. And I say it might be an issue of graphics in that if we look at your floor plans, the walls are all fairly solid, to almost where the room itself is a little bit contained. And so if someone was walking through that corridor, other than things they might see in the corridor itself, they wouldn't be seeing what's going on in the classrooms. So one thought would be, since you've kind of created that fluidity, that opportunity for others to use this as a place to come and hang out, it might be a thought to how can you display various activities going on in the building to get students interested in the arts, interested in what they're seeing as they walk by.
Yeah.
It's almost the building itself becomes a canvas, right?
Yeah.
And on the subject of, the presentation, I think the graphics are, I mean, they're beautiful. There's this kind of airy quality, the ideas are kind of emerging. They're quite beautiful. I would emphasize, one of the key aspects of this plan of this kind of size of building. This is a pretty bulky building program. Is sort of how do you integrate what's an attitude about scale and massing relative to the campus as a whole? Because a big part of what you're doing is really contributing to a bigger picture, right? It's about campus creation. You're adding an edge that faces a community, an edge that really addresses the creation of a new quad. And so I think understanding that scale and context is so important. And the only thing I'm missing, I think, in your renderings, which are just beautiful, is actually a representation of the buildings around it in true scale, right? That library, which is just to the, to the east, it's really a pretty monumental size building with a kind of unique form. And the gymnasium itself, whether it's planned or I think it's still in design, but gymnasiums are pretty big building blocks as well. So really kind of understanding how this fits into context would tell sort of another aspect of the story.
Yeah, I agree to that. Yeah.
Okay. Nice job, Liz. I think, yeah. Well, one, you have to show kind of, I agree. In the last 2 weeks, I would say, make sure that it's clear that these are not these solid rooms, right? That they're also have, right? There's ways to look into these rooms. A little bit is the representation. And then also have all of the furniture and everything be much more suggestive of the kinds of, activities that take place in all of this kind of, right? There's a lot of learning and ways of organizing these open areas in the middle of the building that I think could be much clearer. Same thing with the outdoor areas. So I think part of it's just, clarifying the drawings a little bit to be more suggestive of the kinds of activities that you imagine taking place there. And I think you can look around the studio and see other examples of how people dealt with that. But looks good.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, great job.
Good job.
Great job. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Sandy.
Hello.
Hello, Sandy.
Okay, so you guys could hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to start moderating. Do you see my screen?
Yep.
All right, so I'm Sandy, and my initial project was this small building with the inspiration of Kehinde Wiley. He is a painter who mostly focuses on naturalistic and voluminous figures, but he has an illustrative background, so his art is often a combination of two-dimensional aspects and volume. And my case study that I focused on was the Harvard Art Lab because of its volumetric look, as well as its larger corridors. That gave me the inspiration for my smaller building, where it has these larger corridors that cross at certain points, as well as a more bulky, voluminous figure. And that gave me the inspiration to create this combination of 2D and volume in my building. And through that, I used a tartan pattern
So these are my plans, and the way I used the tartan pattern was that I observed and studied them and saw that they had different lengths and widths at different areas. So I contributed them vertically through my floor plans, like over here in this area. Let me highlight them. Like over here, and these side areas are also contributing to that kind of effect. And yeah, and those patterns move all the way throughout the entire building. So in terms of the formal learning spaces, I have 3 types of spaces, which is private, shared, and shared studios. So my private spaces have to do with areas like the music studio over here and the dance studio over here, as well as the film and darker areas over here that include photography and digital, where they're more private and separated. My shared spaces have to do with my classroom areas like, how do I erase? My shared spaces are like areas like this, where it's like the classroom areas. So they are not conforming to a single discipline in art. And my shared aspects come from the studio spaces. This is an example of my studio space where it's multiple classrooms in one area that's separated by partitions so that people of that discipline, regardless of how they, or regardless of their experience level, can interact as well as inspire others. In terms of my informal learning spaces, I have my office area over here, which is a shared faculty office. And even though it's a shared faculty office, there are also these separate room spaces on the side over here, which contribute to if students need a more private space to speak to their professors, they could move into one of those areas in order to interact. There is also areas like this, which is the media room and the student lounge, that acts as also informal learning spaces where students, regardless of their disciplines, can come in and use the computers or relax as well. And there are also a variety of maker spaces over here in this ground floor area where there is the photo lab, print shop, and more of the darker spaces that don't require as much light.
You mean underground, right?
Underground, yes, underground. And I divided the public spaces in that, so there's this middle portion over here where it is open to below. So above that area that I just highlighted, natural light comes in from above, making it an opportunity for the underground area to include a public space. And in my plan, I have these exterior stairwells over here and over here. And through those exterior stairwells, they continue to the top areas where they make opportunity for patio spaces on each floor. And on this top level, there is 4 open area spaces. That's including the stairwell areas over here, as well as these outdoor patio areas that, because they're so close to the gallery, they also serve as public spaces and sculpture parks for installations that students may have and want others to observe. Yeah. And this is how it looks like in section. So this one's cutting through the theater, and you could see the gallery space over here with the outdoor area, as well as the studio with the partitions showing that they're dividing. And yeah, it mostly shows like students going through everyday life, like in the music and classroom or in the scene shop, creating their sets. And same with the section right next to it. And this shows the open to below area that cuts through the middle and goes through the goes to the bottom floor, where you could also see the public space. And here is my elevations. The way I decided to do the elevations is that material-wise, I decided to do cement panels and put them in a grid that goes 1 foot, 3 foot, 6 foot in order to give this pattern effect, as well as use the datum lines at the floor to give it more of a horizontal effect and contribute to the tartan that I was talking about. And on the north and south facade, they're the same. They're the same patterns in the way that they're constructed. The only difference is how the apertures are displayed depending on the room. And same goes for the east and west, where they both reflect each other besides the apertures because of how the rooms are reflected. So this is the northern perspective, and it shows how this exterior staircase is covered by a roof and how it's more open when you walk in, as well as in the south perspective. So this darker area represents how it's open, but then it's shaded. These are scenes that I took of my school, where this is what I consider a semi-private area because it's a studio, so people are able to interact. So you're following this person as they look into the classroom. And because this is a dance studio, you're looking at her walk past it so she doesn't disturb. And this is how one of the top outside areas look. Yeah. This was my form study, and I wanted to show how I use this way of using a kind of offset grid to cut into the structure and how it looks completely cut, as well as giving opportunity to remove and add another element to create that open to below area. Then reforming it in certain areas, like creating these patio spaces and only making some areas only make certain moments go to the top. Yeah, to show it being more refined. And this is a close-up of the interior showing how these partitions work in the studio spaces and how they work together. And this is my adjacencies diagram, where it shows that this is my underground floor showing most of the film and photography areas being portrayed here, as well as the theater aspects. And then this shows how my shared spaces, as well as my theater and my office and my screening room. This one shows most of my performing arts, and this one shows most of my visual art aspects. Yeah, that's the project. I'll stop moderating.
Can you go back to your floor plans? I have to say that I like the focus on having people interact with each other and the way that the spaces are put together. I actually find this is from a purely like a practical and not an artistic standpoint. I think the teacher lounge is interesting. Last year I was doing planning for Long Beach Unified School District, and we were actually looking at different ways for teachers in a new school where teacher space would be. And we were trying to force them out of making their classroom silos. And so we created a similar, we designed for a similar space where all of the teachers would be together. They wouldn't just, they wouldn't own their classrooms like, happens in elementary school and high school. They don't own their classrooms. They just go there to teach. But this would be a space where the teachers are kind of forced to talk to each other and maybe collaborate. And then those individual spaces to talk to students about, grades or whatever issues they're having. So from a purely practical standpoint, I like that space very much. It speaks to I feel the other things you're trying to do with the other spaces in terms of interaction between students.
Thank you.
Yeah, and even just, I think that's sort of consistent with even how you're rendering, the choice to show the people in all the views, right? So all the floor plans are like little ants. You can't look at these without thinking of movement and the fact that architecture is almost a backdrop to the activity.
Yeah. A lot of this I kind of based on the Interim Design Center in Cal Poly Pomona because it's not divided by walls, it's divided by partitions. So I wanted to make an artistic place look more like active and interactive. Yeah.
I was wondering if that's where you got that from.
Yeah.
It also expresses your faith in people of wanting to be more, very collaborative. As far I love this idea of the shared offices for the faculty, or like an open office for the faculty. Mm-hmm. It's definitely pushing the envelope in some ways.
Yeah, I was about to make it just like all open, but then I realized that there were some students who they need to speak to their professors privately. So I added more privatized areas for them to interact in case they don't want anyone else to hear.
You had mentioned a tartan pattern. Can you kind of walk through that again, please?
So I got inspiration from a tartan pattern because it was a two-dimensional grid that I wanted to put on a more voluminous area. And through that, because of tartans, they use different widths and lengths for their patterning. I use them mainly on my larger corridors in order to, and I use that kind of pattern on my larger corridors where they're different lengths as well as in those two side areas. So it looks like more aligned. And I also use that pattern on my exterior and how I place my apertures. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the outside feels very disciplined. It looks like you've been really sticking with the pattern as a driving concept.
Yeah, I tried to do that. Mostly on how I pattern the apertures because I wanted it to look more uniformed in the end rather than more sporadic.
Yeah, it seems to emphasize the portions that you carve out in a more significant way. Do you mind going back to that section view? I think hearing you talk about interaction, seeing the choice to include people is really kind of an emphasis in your drawings. In looking at the section, I feel like there's such a rich opportunity to get that that kind of shared experience, seeing some of these classroom spaces or instructional spaces actually overlooking or looking into the theater. It seems that you've rendered these with pretty solid walls. What was your thought behind that? Is it really intended to be separate spaces in section, or?
Well, for section A, the first one, it was intended to be like that because I sectioned in a way where like you didn't see through them, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But for section B, the intention didn't really go through, but I tried to make it more clear in this atrium space where you could see people like walk on the other side of it and walk through the stairs to show them go through and go deeper in.
But was your intention, can you see from the atrium space or that circulation into the theater?
I think you're still missing like all of the glazing and everything showing in section, right? Everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm missing the glazing in section.
Okay, so that's your.
The drawings need a little bit more development to make clear where openings are, and yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you, Sandy. We're gonna move on to the next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you.
All right, Dara, you ready?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Do you guys see my board now or not yet?
I have to join it, but
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let me scroll down. Okay. So the major concept for my project consists of these cluster volumes overlapping onto main corridors that are also intersecting with one another. And it mimics the grid-like and abstract collaging of Mark Bradford, which is the artist that I had chosen, which is a painter. And as in for the case study, I chose of University of Vigo by Enrique Miralles. I also followed the suspended volumes that allowed the landscape to continue. So looking to, so the overall shape consists of these main bars as corridors that access easily from the quad. Okay, so they easily access from the main quad and then to the parking lot, and then you could also access from the gym to the library that's on the right. I did that in order so you don't have to circulate all around the arts department and just have easier access to any direction that you're trying to go to. It also allows for students to walk from from other majors to walk through these corridors and take a peek of what's happening in the arts department and spark an interest as well.
Maybe, Dara, it might be better just to explain what's interior, what's exterior.
Yeah, I'll get to that right now in a bit. It shows better in the second plan. So by this narrative, it shows demonstrates better by placing these elevated volumes facing towards the existing quad. It allows a more welcoming effect where students can walk through from underneath from any direction. So for program adjacencies, the music and film department were placed underground since natural light isn't required as much. However, there are 3 courtyards that go underground in order to light up the hallways and social areas. So we got 1, 2, and 3. I have the visual arts on the ground floor and the auditorium placed onto the left. And most of the visual arts is placed on the right side, allowing for this middle space more being of a social and gathering space. On the second level, I have the dance and theater department, and I also have offices and meeting areas connected to this middle corridor. So right here, you could see for the informal and informal learning, there are slots in between the volumes that create easy access to patios, allowing students to take a break in between classes and socialize and not having to walk all the way down. And there are also spaces in between the classrooms that create nooks along the corridors and serves for a more quiet study area. As in for materials, it consists of black steel paneling for the ground floor classrooms, concrete for the auditorium while being the largest, rusted steel for the dance and theater classrooms that are elevated, and the corridors are made from a porous material, allowing light and brightness to a heavy traffic zone. In the sections, I'm cutting through the auditorium and it's being sloped upward. And then you could also show how like the classrooms and offices, you could see the social areas that are in the middle of the building as well as on the right. And then the second section shows the long and narrow corridors connecting from dance to classrooms on both ends as well. And yeah.
You want to explain your other drawings?
Oh, this one just shows basically how like the elevated volumes and people walking from different directions. I have the auditorium right here on the left, and then it's showing the classrooms. And then the darker green shows the social areas being in the middle, and then to the right where the offices can look on either side as well. And then the orange being the corridors with the.
So is that essentially like a height diagram? Like a volume diagram? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, yeah, it just represents showing the same volumes as, yeah, how it is, just with different graphics.
Maybe just, I still think it's useful on the ground floor to explain what's
on the ground floor. Yeah. So I have the auditorium to the, yeah. So all that green space is open and then socialize. And then right here is, well, let me get right here. Yeah. Right here. All of this is to like lounge. And then I have the auditorium and then like a lobby slash gallery towards the left, while all the classrooms are being to the right. And then this right here is also another.
Well, it's very interesting that you've taken you know, in comparison with the other two that we just saw, you're really kind of externalizing a lot of these shared spaces and really kind of aggressively carving into the building. What was your sort of driving thought process for that? Why exterior versus interior?
I just, well, going to like a community college before, like even though maybe there wasn't certain spots that I would like, just having like those different outdoor spots depending on like how you want to socialize, like maybe this center area is more like louder, whereas events are going on. So maybe people that are more outgoing want to go there and like hang out, while people that are more quiet like just want to go back here where the parking lot is and where like not much is going on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, on those lines, I guess I'm curious because I like this idea of openness on the ground floor. I wonder if you considered having the entire thing be open and not even the corridors be open to the exterior, because I think with your renderings, there seemed to just definitely be an opportunity for that language.
Yeah.
I do like how you are creating those various types of collaborative or hangout spots. You know, the reality of a community college is that a lot of students aren't there all day. They go to class and they may not have a class for 4 or 5 hours. And if they don't have a spot to hang out that they enjoy, they may leave and not come back. And so having a variety of spaces that you can hang out is really nice. I also find it interesting, the variation where there's a lot more outdoor hangout space here. I think if you paired that with a little bit more indoor space, so you had those two really put together strongly, that'd be great. But it is nice how you're carving that out. While you were presenting, I was really interested that the central cube with the stair in it. I was trying to figure out how that connected back to the building. And it actually, how does that central cube connect back once you start going up?
That's like a courtyard that goes underground to access the underground classrooms, and that just
Got it. So that hole is open all 2 stories above that, though.
Yeah, in the section, the top section that I have, you could see it, how it's like open to above.
Yeah, basically everything here. That's what I was saying. It's a little hard to read, but this is all outside. So when it goes all the way when it goes all the way to the basement, it's still outside. This is exterior.
Yeah.
I do also think it's kind of a provocative idea how you're cladding the building based on discipline in a way. You know, how you have the 4 different materials that you're utilizing for the different programs. I think that there's some beauty in that. And the challenge, though, would be how do you get those to all speak really well to one another, that it feels like, even though it's a series of parts, that they work cohesively to make a whole.
Yeah.
I mean, perhaps there's something you could do in terms of a pattern or something that occurs in each of those materials so that they seem to speak to one another and that they're kind of working on the same scale in some way.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? My internet was kind of like laggy.
Yeah, I was just saying, I too love the different materials for the different program. The challenge is to have those different materials kind of be in concert with one another and not fight each other. And maybe there would be a way of some kind of like patterning of the material, scoring of the material, some treatment that, even though they're different materials, some kind of similar pattern or something that runs through all of them so that they speak to one another and they don't fight with one another.
I also have to say, I really appreciate, I'm zooming around here on Concept Board. I really appreciate how your diagrams actually speak back to that initial artist that you did the case study on. And maybe that was intent or maybe not, but at least from an outside perspective, I would say that it looks like you've kind of taken some of that graphical style of the abstract, almost collage, and put that into some of your diagrams up at the top. And especially I've never seen a volume diagram like you're showing there, where the people are growing based on the volume. That's really fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're channeling your artist and your architects well.
Yeah.
I find this an intriguing scheme. I think where I'm kind of missing it, or I'm struggling to kind of understand it, maybe it has to do with the scale. Understanding both scale and context. It seems like the sections, I don't know what the kind of floor to floor heights, the volumes seem very different. It seems much more horizontal. I don't know what I'm.
Yeah, I had the corridors. I wanted those to be more intimate, so those would be like the 8 foot, and then the classrooms they'd be 10, or depending, like the dance studios, like 15.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's it. I think it tends, art studios and particularly dance and performing arts tends to be very much a high volume type space. I think looking at the theater in particular, maybe that's kind of throwing me.
Yeah, you might think about how you do a combination of, in the public spaces, of both kind of the shorter intimate as well as some larger volumes. So there's almost like some compression and release. I'm 6'4", and so I tend to spend less time in small areas. So an 8 foot corridor for me, it's okay. Where can I move to? I do appreciate that feeling of intimacy, but if it's a very long corridor, that at that height it can start to feel almost like a tunnel that you're going down. If you have moments though of release from that compression, it can add a nice rhythm to those spaces.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the thing is rather than think of them as corridors, think of them as streets. Almost think of it as an analogy to urbanism or designs of cities. There's so much variety and activity, and the way that modulation of scale and space becomes such an important aspect of it.
Yeah, along those lines, this project almost does seem more like a city as opposed to being one large volume, more similar to what we've seen on the other projects. It seems like a bunch of smaller volumes that have combined together to make.
Yeah, it's an aggregation of
different
sizes of things. It's nice. It's a nice sequence. Sarah, I think you deliberately put all these together. Is that? It's a great. It reminds me of the Corbusier's sketches. He did this sequence exploring sort of figurative space versus aggregate space, and I think these 3 projects that we just saw kind of represent that in a nice way. 3 very different attitudes about the site.
Yeah. All right, Dara, thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And I think George Proctor's lurking around there. I saw his name pop up on the board. Hi, George.
Hi, Sarah. Yes, I'm lurking.
You can meet, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's been a long time, George. How are you?
Yes, it has been a while. Yes.
Leslie's here, and me.
Hi, Leslie.
We're both colleagues from AIALA, and you've been, and David is from Gensler. He worked on the master plan of this project, David Johnson.
Yep. Hi, George.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, George.
Hi.
Okay, Andrew, do you want to take it away?
Yeah. I started moderating. I think you have to join it. So.
Yeah, I think we have to join. I have to join. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Good.
Hi, I'm Andrew, and this is my proposal for the Performing Arts Center at Compton. So I guess I'll start with some of the background research I did for this building. The artist I chose to do my research on was Charles Gaines. He's a conceptual artist. He uses photography along with like a grid system to create his art. One of his primary strategies for it, for creating his work, involves placing a grid over a photo and then using, sorry, someone's at the door. And then using colors to create like a unity between the two. And then moving on to my small building, sorry, someone's home. Moving on to the small building, I use this concept of using two different systems to find unity between the two, and then having like a special space where the forms come together, which you can see me kind of experimenting with in this diagram with my small building. So backing up a little bit onto the site and the orientation of the project. One of the major themes that Gensler proposed in their master plan was the focus on the quad for the project. It seemed to be their goal to make the quad like the heart of the campus, with the major campus buildings radiating around it. So here you can see the placement of my new visual and performing arts center on the southeast corner of the building, and how it's situated within the context of the site, with the library on this top corner and then the new athletic facility on the bottom corner. So because of the quad, it was important to tie it together and create like a transparency with the building, making the primary entrances on the north and the south side of the building. So from this main floor plan, you can see that the primary entrance is up here on this north side, and then there's a back entrance on the south side. There's a transparency maintained throughout it to create a connection between the two entrances. So moving back down to kind of how the form developed. I created these two forms and then put them together, and then made the primary circulation throughout that combined space. And then to highlight specific parts of the program, I extruded certain areas of the volume to create a hierarchy for those specific programs. And then this is how the overall form developed in the building. And then as for organizing the programs, I organized the programs based on the need for tall spaces, along with the amount of daylight necessary for these different types of arts. For example, like the film and video areas were primarily placed in the basement, and then the visual arts area, or visual arts components, were placed on the main floor because the main floor had a higher ceiling, and then it's also accessible for bigger equipment and stuff that might need to be placed in the shop areas. And then determining where the formal and the informal spaces occurred within the building also became a priority. So the more formal components within the building were placed around the perimeter, and then the informal spaces were programmed to be between the atrium and the defined formal spaces. So they would, to encourage students to use them between classes or out of class. Yeah. And moving to the floor plans. So like I said, here's my first floor plan, the main entrance. You can see there's strong entrances on both the north and the south. Since this is the main floor, or the ground floor plan, I wanted to encourage people to use this main circulation space to get through the building, almost like a gateway. And through that, I would hope that they would see or experience a little bit of each program within the building. So I tried to include at least one portion of each program on the ground floor. So this bottom area is like a big open, almost warehouse-like space where the metal and wood shop would be, along with the jewelry shop and then the sculpture studio. This middle space is programmed for a music rehearsal area, and then there's the dance studio in this top portion. Like I said, with the ground floor is primarily film and video areas along with photography. And then there's also spaces for actors and actresses to get ready down in the just adjacent to the trap room beneath the stage. The second floor was programmed for primarily music space. In this bottom corner is most of the music studios along with production rooms. And then at the top again is a dance studio, along with above the entrance to the auditorium is the drawing and ceramic studio. And then the top floor, I tried to prevent putting any like major programming components on the third floor and maintain that space as more of an informal learning environment along with offices for faculty. So this space is relatively open with like semi-programmed areas for different aspects of the program. Like this area is just like a miniature screening room, a small dance area, and then a little art studio. And then I would imagine that the top or this outdoor area would also be programmed in a similar fashion where it's like semi-programmed but not 100% programmed to promote flexibility within the spaces. To look at the sections, this is a section cutting through both the atrium and then the theater. You can see that the atrium goes all the way through, and then at the bottom of the atrium is like a flexible lecture stairs, which is programmed to be used as the classroom space itself, which also can be used as leisure space. Found that these types of spaces tend to be the most flexible. They have all sorts of possibilities, I guess. And then this section kind of explains how the auditorium actually works. So I raised up the entrance in order to keep the stage at the main level of the ground floor to help with accessibility issues. And then below it, you can see the trap room with storage spaces. And then behind the stage is the stage shop. So as for interior experiences, I kind of categorize them into three different types. The first type is the formal private space, which would be the dedicated classroom. So this would be the experience that a student would have if they were to attend the school. The second space is the formal public areas, which is generally the theater area. So the people coming to this area, they're likely to come to experience a performance or a gallery in this area, and so they're not familiar with the rest of the building. And then the most important area I found was, or what I believe to be the most important, is this atrium space, which kind of brings the whole project together, giving people glimpses of different floors. It's the experience people have before class and after class, and then between performances if they were to hang out in this area in general. And then this was my attempt at a little MC Escher drawing. I found that his drawings, they have this unity about them, while also showing all the different levels within the area, within the project. So I was expressing the importance of the atrium and how it really ties all the different floors and the programming together, and how you can kind of experience little pieces of the project from different areas. Like you don't have to be on the first floor to experience all the visual arts. Yeah. As for the exterior of the building, I wanted to emphasize the different volumes along with the different programs within the building. So the main emphasis is placed on that circulation space. like I said, I wanted to be completely transparent through the building to tie both the front entrance and the back entrance together. So that is where you see all the big glass area. On the left side, you can see the theater volume, and then on the front, you can see the main volume. I created a horizontal grid system for the purpose of creating unity within the facade. It seemed to be the most effective way to get apertures while also making it uniform with the facade itself. And then from the back entrance, this is what someone would see if they were coming into the parking lot. Yeah, you can kind of see, the goal was to see through the building rather than looking directly at it, I guess, and then creating little dynamic features within the facade to show how the building was more of an active facility rather than just a stagnant piece of architecture on the site. Yeah, that was my project. Thank you.
Oh, it's a very attractive project to start with. Looks very nice. Your graphics are beautiful. I do think that it's nice looking at these two last perspectives that we were looking at, talking about this being that gateway, especially on the lower perspective. You really do get that feeling that it's a gateway as it really welcomes you in. And I think from the standpoint of wanting to give some display of what's going on, that amphitheater stair next to it to have classrooms there is a nice addition. I actually designed a science and engineering building where we did something similar, and we put a movie screen as a way to display movies. It could be a thought for you as well, to again show what's going on in the project. In that case, it was putting science on display, but as a way to also put art on display. Also, I got to say, I really like that what you did with the theater, how you brought it up and brought it back down. It's almost putting art on this pedestal, like this triumphant entry to enter into that such an important space. I really enjoy that move.
I think with this one, your Escher drawing really reflects it. It's a pretty dynamic, sort of interconnected volumetric space. So I think you're channeling your artist well in terms of kind of thinking about these interlocking, overlapping spaces and getting this kind of rich mix out of it. I'm also, I'm struck by the sort of interior view as it relates, in comparison to the external, your exterior views. It seems like a very opaque building, yet from the interior, it seems like it really offers these kind of more focused and framed views out towards the campus.
It might just be simply a choice of rendering material, right?
Yeah, I guess it could be.
The black glass.
Yeah, the black glass. Maybe that's it. It's throwing me.
Yeah, one thing I think is interesting, and I think we've seen this a little bit more on all these projects so far, is the clumping of the offices together in sort of one central space. It's something to just think about as you continue to design educational projects, is the opportunity to also intersperse that amongst the rest of the program, so that as students are interacting with these different disciplines, interacting with the staff is just a part of that. And so it's not a place that you have to go to interact with staff, but instead it's just a part of the process of the building.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. And the last relatively recent programming exercise that we did with Community College on their Arts Center, that was a big part of the discussion, you know, around this idea of creating student success, you know, facilitating student success with that kind of connection between faculty and students to create a culture around kind of making and sharing.
We did the same thing on my last project. It was a similar discussion, is how do we, instead of having the professors off in kind of their own space, how do we almost make them in the student space so that you don't have to feel like you're going to the professor space, but instead it's just they're a part of being in the building.
They can't go hide. They gotta be front and center and visible. Right. I think I really like this interactive space that you've created with that theater seating indoors. I think that speaks a bit to what Sarah was describing as the program being inside out. And so having all of those visibilities around that open atrium is really a positive here. I think something to, you know, the faculty offices could also be somehow integrated in that so that people can see the faculty can see what's going on in that active space, that it's kind of, they're all in it together in some ways.
It's really difficult because the office is like, you know, you think of an office and it's like a small square. So where do I stick the small squares? But maybe, you know, it's a great opportunity to kind of do away with that, which I'm sure would make some of the faculty probably scream and holler, but that's okay.
But do you have an answer, Andrew? You can respond.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I guess if I were a teacher, I would want some private space, but I guess I'm not a teacher. I'm just trying to visualize or come from an experience, I guess.
Weren't you talking about having all of these be study spaces for the students, the whole central area here?
Yeah, on the third floor, I was trying to program it to be more of a flexible study space, which is why I kind of tried to create these little nooks for students, even though it is such an open area. I guess from past experiences, I know the third floor tends to be, or the top floor of the building tends to be more of a private or a quieter floor in comparison to the lower floors of the buildings.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept. You can break up the building into three portions, where the first floor is the loud, highly activated floor, the theater coming off of it, that stadium seating coming off of it. And as you move up to the second floor, it can become a slightly quieter floor. And then up to that third floor is a very quiet floor. And so depending on that type of space that you want to be, the type of space you want to work, you have your option of going there. Something that if that was something you did want to achieve, what you'd want to do is just look at how are you mitigating sound on that third floor with that large opening into it.
I wonder if some of these decisions about how to place faculty relative to students for this opportunity for engagement might be resolved or more refined if there was more of a more iterative or interactive process, you know, in a real setting where you're developing the program. And why I say that is, so I think about our own college, which is a design school, okay? But all of the disciplines have different ways of engaging or interacting with students. And I would say that principally in the School of Architecture, or the program of architecture, that it happens in studio, and the office ends up being this kind of refuge where faculty deal with a lot of the minutia that isn't necessarily a part of the interaction with students. I would say probably with planning, It is mostly in the office, and maybe landscape architecture is similar to us. So I wonder, like, and this is a school that has multiple disciplines, and there might be a different answer about where to place faculty offices given the discipline. And that might be something we'd only discover if the students were directly engaging with the client, right? To see where they would want that to be. But this idea of having a grand room where you could study and then also go call upon the faculty is an interesting idea. I wanted to bring up something different though, switch gears a little bit. That eastern elevation, which is opposite the library, it ends up being like a large wall. I saw the last time I popped into your studio that some responses were to engage the entrance to the library by having an aperture there. And I'm not saying that that's a right or a wrong answer or you should have done it, but it is a mammoth wall there. And then you have this sort of temple-like procession up to the theater. You know, the theater that's a part of the Williams and Chen science lab that's down at no longer that, the Neuroscience Center, has this landform that's on the one elevation that otherwise would have been a pretty substantial wall. It's kind of a garden. And then beneath it is the ADA compliant ramp that allows people to come from the base of the theater all the way up and exit. And along the way are these little places where you can sit, and there are skylights above. So like in an intermission, you could go sit there, you might have your refreshment, you could walk back down. So it could be used by other people. Sort of serves this interesting purpose that there's a landscape on that side, but then it's also occupied underneath to serve this other very important purpose. And if you haven't looked at that, you might find it interesting. And I sort of wonder about that one long wall, how you might end up treating that, especially that was, my understanding, that was an entrance in and out of the library on that side.
Yeah, on the side that Sarah's circling, that's the entrance into the physical activity center. But yeah,
the other side.
Yeah, the other side.
This side.
We
didn't show it anywhere, so we can't tell what it looks like. I was looking for
trick in the book.
elevation.
I hit it, yeah.
Anyway, we need to move on, but you know, Andrew, I know that I made you do uncomfortable graphics. I think that the kind of red people in the trees and the gridded ground works, but I think that the black glass and the red paneling, which is not really red, right? Like anyway, we can talk about that, but where it works is a kind of a way to illustrate, you know, things that are temporary or like people, it works. But there's going to be a miss, or even the red curtains and the people I think are okay, but these big bands of red and the kind of cover and the black, it's making the building look very, very solid and also weird. That red is weird. So that's an architectural term, weird. So I think you need to revisit some of those. I think the reading of the building will be very different, and I think George study the back. But right now the building feels very heavy and very opaque. And I don't think that's what you're going for. You wanted something light and airy. So anyway, it does show that the kind of graphics can give a very different reading of the building. Anyway, but thank you. We still have a couple weeks to make a couple adjustments. So
it's
well
very
done.
clear, nice project.
Yeah, there's nice clarity to it.
The spatial organization seems very well thought through. I think it's now the representations. All right, thank you. Last project, so we can let these nice people go home and get some food, or they are home, but.
Yeah.
All right, Miguel. Miguel is very loud, so you can turn your speaker down. Everybody else is very quiet.
I'll try to be quiet.
No, you need to wake everybody up. So it's good. Miguel talks fast and loud, so it's good. It's a good end to the day.
Okay. So hi, my name is Miguel. Can you guys see my project? Good. Yeah.
I need to join your thing here. Yeah. There we go.
Good. Okay. So my name is Miguel. At the beginning of the design process, the main concept of the project was the idea of the overlapping of shapes found in both the case study and the art piece.
Miguel, you need to slow down.
Okay. So
It's like
found in both,
training every day. Slow down.
found in both the case study and the art piece analyzed at the beginning of the semester, as well as the idea of a figure within a figure found in the floor plan configuration and the projection and chamfer of these figures throughout the building mass. So to provide a little bit of background, I'm going to show you the initial building, the initial project that we did at the beginning of the semester. So the design process began by analyzing, like I mentioned, the art piece by Andy Warhol, as well as the case study, the Carlos Ramos Pavilion by Alvaro Siza. By analyzing some of the geometries found in both the art piece and the case study and using a figure and ground drawing, I was able to extract some of these geometries and develop the small education building, which consisted of a cohort of 30 students, which is usually taught by the artist that we choose, in this case, Andy Warhol. So as you can see, this is the art piece that I picked by Andy Warhol, in which he's known by his silk screening process, in which you can find different geometries happening within that central figure. So, and then I also utilized the case study by Alvaro Siza, in which he uses this overlapping of shapes in the floor plan configuration. And using this figure and ground drawing, I was able to extract some of these geometries to then develop the small building, which consisted of, like I mentioned, 30 student cohort. And you can see here the floor plan, the different shapes overlapping one another, the floor plan configuration, some of the small vignettes. It was a quick exercise. And this is some of the exploited axonometric, some of the views of the building, as well as the workshops that we realized that we did with with HMC of the in terms of lighting, glare, and environmental configuration of the building. So moving back on, continuing the design process from the initial proposal, the proposed project consists of a U-shaped typology that allows the project to have a series of diagonal views from all parts of the building to establish links with the surroundings. The building orientation consists of the central courtyard, which you can see here in the side plan, the central courtyard facing the quad to naturally integrate the existing campus quad and serve as a continuation of the landscape, as well as a continuous transition throughout the building and its surroundings. Furthermore, by orienting the building towards the campus quad, the building acts as a kind of glove that catches the activity and the people coming from the quad towards the proposed building. So as you can see in the side plan, the library is on the right, the PE complex on the left, and the way the building opens up to that main campus quad, integrating the outdoor amphitheater. As was mentioned before, based on the master plan by Gensler, the amphitheater was currently located in this space, which was here. But in regards to the typology of my building, which is a U typology, I decided to incorporate that outdoor amphitheater into the project in that central courtyard to make it part of the building. This is a perspective showing a little bit of the character of the building, in which, as you can see, the ground floor, I'm going to talk about it more right now. It's mostly glass, it's transparent, following the idea to have the building in display. As you transition through the building, the people that's not even going to the building or anything, as they pass through, they can see the people doing different activities. And then, so moving to the floor plans, the program arrangement of the proposed project is configured by the type of space rather than by department. Additionally, separating these into four main areas, which consist of performance spaces, kinesthetic learning, visual learning, and auditory learning, in which the hands-on spaces or messy spaces are placed together, the classroom and lecture spaces are placed together, as well as the print media and the administrative spaces. As I mentioned, one of the initial ideas followed at the beginning of the design process was to have the building in display. As the user and other students transition through some of the proposed spaces and paths of circulation surrounding the building, the fine arts gallery, as well as the hands-on spaces, are enclosed by a translucent material, which is what we see here in the ground floor, by a translucent material, which allows for a connection between the indoor and the outdoor space, trying to create a dynamic environment on the ground floor. Additionally, the building incorporates the existing outdoor amphitheater into the main courtyard, which extends from the basement to the ground floor, creating a secondary performance space, as well as a student lounge in the basement that can be used for different activities. So moving to the ground floor, as you arrive to the ground floor, the building provides a series of entries from different sites, which is one here, and one here, that allow for a continuous circulation. As the user enters the building, it arrives to a lobby space, which is this major space here. This lobby space that serves as a pre-function space for the main auditorium. So as you can see, the auditorium is located in this part of the building, as well as I mentioned, the kinesthetic or messy spaces, which is the sculptural, the ceramic lab, the painting studio. Instead of separating those spaces into its own separate space, I merged those spaces into a big kind of studio area that allows for collaboration in between these disciplines, as well as having that space in display. And then as you can see, the gallery space, which is here in the left, it's functioning as a floating box that allows for views all the way around. So as the people transition through the space, they can see everything, as well as the courtyard kind of leaking to the left to allow for a continuous transition. And then as you move to the second floor of the building, as you can see, all the offices and administration are placed together. As I mentioned, I was placing the program by the type and not by department. All the classroom and lecture spaces are on one side of the building, which is here. And then all the dance studios and the rehearsal are placed on this side of the building, providing these spaces with a view of the courtyard, and also, like I mentioned, putting the building in display. As you're right here in this outdoor space created by the shifting of the masses, you can be seeing what the people dancing is doing here, or as you are transitioning, you can see how the people interact in these type of spaces. And then in this in the third level.
Up again, Miguel.
Okay. On the third level, on the left side, as I was trying to play, as you know, the music studios, the recording studios, those spaces record their own space because they have certain angles that you have to follow. So those places needed to be placed separate. But then again, the print media, instead of separating those spaces into its own space, it's again a big space which allows for collaboration, and then you have that big space happening. And then here in the basement, just to give a quick idea of the basement, the way you can see how that amphitheater was incorporated into the building here in the ground floor that connects to the basement, which allows for this space that, you know, it can serve as a student lounge. You can have performers there, anything, right? It's a flexible space that can happen, and then you have the back of house and some of the other spaces happening within that space. So these buildings axonometrics views show the way the building interacts with the existing campus. As the building opens to the main campus quad, the building incorporates a series of social gathering and performing spaces at different levels within the central element, as well as the projection and chamfer of this building mass. So as you can see here in this first axon, you can see the way the amphitheater goes towards the basement, allowing for that outdoor performance space. That secondary space created by the shifting on masses that happen here in this secondary level, and of course the central courtyard within the building mass. And then you can see the way that the mass is rotating and chamfering at different parts of the building mass. This other axonometric shows the way, you know, like those projections of the mass extend throughout, the way that it interacts with the parking, and the way that it reacts to the campus quad, acting as that glove catching that activity. These other perspectives are more from like the south end, facing the building, is showing a little bit more of the character of the building, the proportions of the openings. You know, as I mentioned, you can see the ground floor, it's mostly in a transparent material, trying to put the building in display, just showing a little bit more of the character of the building. The section here shows the way the outdoor amphitheater connects with the basement, allowing for that, you know, continuous connection from the ground floor to the basement, the auditorium and the spaces that happening above. That secondary outdoor space that allows to, you know, to have that connection between the views that allows for those views throughout the building and the diagonal views, and then having that building in this place, as you can see, the way that you can see the people working in this space. And then this other section shows a little bit, it's on the other direction, showing a little bit the way the auditorium interacts with the ground floor, those spaces happening above, the different offices, the different disciplines, the way that the building chamfers, so you don't have a continuous mass. And This massing diagram shows a little bit of the major moves that I did throughout the project, starting with the building block and then removing that central volume to allow for that central courtyard, which provided with the U typology. Then with the subtraction and the chamfer of the building mass from different sides and from different corners, as well as the sunken amphitheater in the center, and then the rotation of one of the wings of the building. So, and then arriving to this central mass and arriving to the final mass. As I mentioned before, this program diagram just illustrates the way the programs are grouped together. As you can see, the administrative spaces are the blue here all together, all the classroom lecture spaces together, all the dance and theater in one space, the music spaces on the other space, and the print media on one of the sides of the building. And then throughout the semester, we looked at different videos and a different research on the way that people learn, the way that the education it's working, moving towards. I was drawn attention to one of the videos that explained about the flexibility of the space and the way that people learn from other people, not just on their major, but on different disciplines. That's where I followed that having the spaces work together based by the type of program instead of by department, what could be very beneficial to the students. So as you can see here, the formal spaces is where you have, you know, the usual classroom where you have the separate type of spaces.
Wrap it up, Miguel.
Yeah. And then here we have the informal spaces where the guys working on this side are learning from the guys on the other side. And it just allows for that collaboration. And then this is just a series of vignettes that serve as a kind of narrative that show a little bit of the way that people experience the building from the interior, showing the way that, for example, the one here in the bottom, you can see how from the interior of the building, you can see the campus quad, providing all those views, towards the outside, and then across, not only towards the campus quad, but across to the other disciplines. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope I didn't went too fast.
No.
Take a breath, Miguel. That was good. I'll never look at Mickey or Caesar in the same way.
The same way.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I really like, thank you for these last views, because I think where I was a little struggling to understand how the building, how you described the building wasn't quite matching up in these, the kind of exterior renderings, because of again, kind of the opaque nature of the thing. The dark gray for glass is kind of hard to read, but seeing it from the inside out, much more clarity in terms of capturing that energy that you're talking about. You're really you can see how you're kind of pulling the campus life into the building itself, which is great.
Yeah, I agree. I was struggling. You had talked about the idea of that being a catching mitt. And I was struggling with the fact that on the ground floor, your bar is actually rotating in, which is collapsing sort of the location for it to come in. And looking at the perspective rendering up in the top right-hand corner, I think since that glass there is gray, it kind of emphasized again that it seemed like it was collapsing down. But looking at the renderings down below, where you do see a lot more of that openness, if that truly was glass, it might not feel so much like it's being condensed right there. Was there any, out of curiosity, looking at your massing diagram, was there any reason for kind of the angles that you were chamfering, that you were rotating various pieces?
Like the different chamfers, like on the corners?
Yeah.
So just following the the initial study of the CISA project and the Andy Warhol, just finding that overlapping of figures within the building mass and the projection of the other figures happening at different levels. That's what guided pretty much those decisions. Having those corners exposed and the corners I'm sorry, projecting from within the building mass.
But they also mark the entrances, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It does seem like, and this is really a function of time, right? It's only been like 5 or 6 weeks. What's it been, Sarah?
They did this like in 5 weeks, maybe?
Yeah. But I would say, like, if I was going to direct my next round of energies to this, or it could be the case with many of these, your project is sort of succeeding or failing on the skin at this point. And I think on one level, yeah, it's simply the choice of rendering materials, but there's a lot of opportunity to explore the depth of what is skin, or where do you get to opacity inside the building? And where in some cases does it live on the outside, and where does it live on the inside? And the depth into the building over which that could occur, and all the things that could happen in there, where it might, there's this sort of spectacle and activity of people moving around inside cavities, and they're backed up. There's a backdrop behind them. So I look, like, for example, I look in the upper levels, and there's corridors that face the quad that, so you're running along the face of the quad, and those could be made to be very transparent. You could see deep into the building, and then there's something opaque beyond it. So, there's the sort of spatial aspect of that. And then there's, the design and the making of the skin that wraps around this. Just the way in which some of the pieces come together and touch each other, like in particular, the glass piece that kicks into the inner quad, how that kind of aligns or matches up with the rusty colored stuff that sits on top of it. So I think that you're set up, you're in a good place, but I think this is where an immense amount of work could take place. And the planning, well, we could quibble about some parts about that. The planning's clear. The diagram's pretty clear. I would, along the lines of adding more information, I think ceiling planes and ground planes, which absorb vast amounts of your perspectives, probably could stand to have a little bit more information in them. I was confused by a couple of the interior perspectives. I didn't realize I was looking at a ceiling, for example.
Okay.
So it may just be a few things, but yeah, like your vignette over there in the upper left, right? Like I thought that was a building that began and end.
Oh, I see.
When I first looked at it.
Yeah. Okay.
Along the lines of the programming, I do think it's an interesting exploration at the way that you're talking about learning, types of learning being grouped as opposed to departments. I think if you had more time, it would be interesting to explore into greater detail how that begins to break up for different classes operating in the space at the same time, the different needs and requirements that they're going to have, and how they could do that well together.
I see.
Mm-hmm. I think you've started to hint at that with that formal and informal space diagram.
Yeah.
Which is pretty interesting. I mean, you're really kind of taking this approach of creating a loft. You're minimizing the architecture and the kind of siloed nature of discipline by kind of opening things up, which is very much a, kind of a driving issue in the planning for education, space planning for education.
Mitra or Leslie?
One thing I really like about sort of the U-shape plan you have is how it opens up to the plaza and really engages with the campus. It kind of isn't turning its back on it, but it's becoming a welcoming building. And to reiterate what others were saying, just that interior space of really, again, connection seems to be a theme here, that you have visual connection with the different levels and, what's going on in other floors. And I think that could be really powerful. And I also have to say, I really like the narrow floor plates because that gives you a lot of opportunity to play with light, daylight, and even play with kind of this, where do the closed offices, where they land and how they kind of play a little bit within that narrow floor plate.
I really appreciate that courtyard. Everybody's kind of bringing the campus community into the building and through the building. And in this case, it doesn't feel, this feels kind of like a destination as opposed to a pass through, that other people would be welcome to be here. Not that the other projects didn't create that welcome in, but I could see just, oh, look at this lovely courtyard. I'm going to hang out here. And then as a gift of the being able to hang out there, I'm witnessing all the things that go on in the building, as opposed to, I'm passing through and kind of passively getting the benefits of what's going on here. This is like a destination for me to go hang out. I mean, it reminds me of other spaces. The sculpture courtyard at UCLA, which happens to be between one of the parking structures and the architecture school, but it's a great place to kind of stop and hang out. There's a couple other spaces I can think of that just, I'm not necessarily going to class there, but I'm going to go hang out there. So that discussion of incorporating, I guess, the amphitheater from Gensler's plan, I think that's a great thought here.
Thank you.
I guess I would make one little comment about the courtyard and the amphitheater. It looks south. If you're sitting on the stairs, you're looking south. The building faces north. It probably is great in the summer because you've got some shade there, but I would guess in the winter it could be a little chilly in there. Right?
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big, like, I think all of these buildings, the students kept rotating the buildings, so it's had many incarnations, like on the one hand, I think we talked about it facing south towards the parking lot, which is good for the courtyard, but then you're facing the parking lot. So there's like always these, you have to kind of pick your battles, or at least try to figure out sort of what is but I agree, especially with the amphitheater going underground in the winter, it's going to be pretty cold. But on the other hand, there is something very nice about bringing people into the basement that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job, as usual. So thank you to our jurors, Mitra and Jonathan and Leslie, David, and George. Thanks for stopping in again. Super nice to have you here.
Thank you, jurors. Me, thank you.
Yeah, it's great to have people from all over different offices and also people with so much experience in this building type. And David, who has specific experience on this campus.
Yeah, no, it's great to see. I really appreciate your inviting me back. Fun to see the different ideas and beautiful work by everybody.
Yeah, good
I'm
job.
struck and looking at the complete board, it just the variety and the intensity of exploration. Well, nicely done.
Yeah, you're all welcome to poke around if you have want to look at any of I noticed Mitra was on there earlier lurking.
Yeah. No, there's a lot to take in.
Yeah, I was. It's great to see this, for sure.
I really appreciate that it's all done kind of in service of a project, as opposed. I just remember kind of building analysis when I was in school, and it was just for the sake of building analysis, but it didn't really get you, I don't feel like I ever took the analysis that I did into a project. So I really appreciate this.
Great. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if the students found the programming exercises a little bit maybe dry, but I think since they since they had created it, maybe they had some agency in it in some way. But I agree with like what George was saying, like even you can, and all of you know, since you do this all the time, you can continuously kind of parse out that research and sort of think about what it means. But I think they kind of took aspects of the programming and sort of tried to figure out what it meant. What does it mean to have when you go see your professor or when you're in studio? And certainly since they all have the studio experience, which I know they all miss terribly being in the studio all together. I think that there was a lot of kind of thought that went into what is it, the environment of the kind of studio spaces that are part of the program.
I'm sure it gives it kind of new meaning, greater significance. Yeah, face to face is important. Space really matters.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, I like one of the students here. All her drawings have, all the people have facial.
Everybody's nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Which I love all the various facial masks. Anyway, thank you. Always a pleasure to see everybody. And Mitra, congratulations on being next year's our president-elect of AIALA.
Yes, congrats.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Looking forward to collaborating with all of you guys as I embark on this new journey.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you again.
Thank you.
Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, have a good one. Good job.
You too, David. Good to see you, David. Bye.
Good to see you.
All right, students. Very nice job. Looks very complete, everything. Nice presentations. We gotta slow Miguel down at some point. I love it. I love like fast talkers. It's like really, it's like amazing. I wish I could talk that fast. Anyway, so you can take, I am going to send you some, obviously we have the next basically 2 weeks to put together these booklets. So the booklet or this book that we're going to publish, and then also put together, sort of figure out based on I don't know if I'll research whether Cash has released the information about the competition. I would say for any of you that don't yet have like there's not a clear understanding in the plans and the sections, what is whether there's glass or not in any of these. So in any of the plans, make sure that it's really clear that you can see, that there's glazing and what's, whether or not. And I think most of these spaces you could, look in from the corridors as well as from the outside, right? Like maybe it's high or there's some idea of sort of how you kind of, but also in the sections, because everything's looking a little bit solid. And then it occurs to me that even though I did tell you all that glass is dark when it's daylight, I guess there is a little bit of a misunderstanding. And so it's a good good thing that you sort of understand how people are reading it. I think these drawings by Nayan are kind of a good compromise where we understand that that's daylight, but it also looks transparent. And there's different, you know, you can look around and sort of understand the transparency question in terms of sort of how it reads. And some of them read better than others. And sort of making really clear, kind of clarifying anything that you saw there. I don't think anybody needs to make any, there's no design issues that need to be addressed, but I think that you do need to make sure that there's a kind of, that the buildings are reading the way you want them to. And, you know, that some of them just look so solid, you know, like there's just, you know, there would be, you know, so it makes it, people read them and they don't understand that there's kind of glazing because of, particularly in the section, things that appear to be really solid, but also on the plans. And then on the other views, they're a little bit clearer on the axonometrics, and perspectival views are a little bit clearer, but so I think you could sort of work on that a little bit for the publication. We are going to get these books printed, so that'll be nice to have printed books for you and for distribution. So we're going to have to spend some time. The other thing I would like you to do is to write. I know that I asked you all to write, and then some text for your presentation, but I think you should also write something, a short piece that sort of explains the little building, the case study, your understanding on education, right? Some of the kind of ideas that we talked about in terms of strategies for education, and then the writing that's part of the writing for your description of your project. So I think that that's the best thing to spend time on this weekend, is just, you know, making any little edits to make the drawings, you know, anything that, because I know you were all scrambling to get done, and amazing amount of work went into getting all of this ready so that it all looked consistent. And but now you have a little bit of a space to kind of make a few tweaks here and there to make sure that now that you have a little distance. Actually, this is a great example from Mara's. Like, we understand, even though these are very moody, this is more like Seattle weather than LA weather, but it's so clear that there's a kind of, because they're evening shots, that we sort of understand the nighttime view of them, that we understand kind of that there's light coming out of them. So maybe there's some other ideas, and even these also that are very clear in terms of kind of what is transparent. So anything that you need to do, you can just look around and see how other people addressed it. So there's some sort of very nice ways, like in Caitlin's project here, you know, when we look at the plan, we can immediately understand that that's glass, and that this is, I don't know why you have a little piece of solid wall here. That seems odd, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. But that the rest of it, we understand that there's windows here and that this is solid. You know, it's very clear graphically what is an opening and what is here, you know, maybe there could be, but I think also because she set the windows, the other way to do it is to kind of set the windows back, but here we can understand, right, that that's glazing and that there's that framing. Anyway, I think there's some drawings in these sets that are very legible. These are very legible, you know, from a distance, we kind of understand what's solid, what's open. Same thing with the section, we understand. And some of you need to add a little bit more detail to your sections because they look a little bit blank. But for the most part, I think that they're I wouldn't change any of the detailing. Just sort of keep working a little bit on the graphics as you can, and then work on the text for the. So if you, for Monday's class, if you can all have your text that explains kind of everything I described. So what you know, the kind of the small building, just a small description. It can be very short. That could be just a paragraph. What you learned from the various case studies, your views, the kind of your attitude towards education that you wanted to illustrate in the project, you know, that the kind of philosophies of education that you think are appropriate. So like the last one we saw, Miguel was talking about interdisciplinary collaboration and kind of being all together and seeing each other and putting kind of the work of students on display. Those are all issues that have to do with learning. And then the description of the project that sort of talks more about all of the things that you described today, like how you masked it, your strategy towards the site, right? And it just can be the way that it's organized here. And you all had scripts, so you just need to flush them out so that we can use them in the publication. So that includes, you know, the kind of site strategy, the planning strategy for the building, the kind of ideas about how the building, you know, would interface with the rest of the campus in terms of what it looks like, how the building was masked, something about the environmental strategy or the kind of narrative of the students, just to accompany the graphics that we're going to publish in the book. And then I will write something about it, and then we'll have a nice publication that sort of explains. And we're going to do the publication together. So, but I also think it's important that you each have a publication of your, so we're going to have a class publication, but then I also want you to have your own small publication of your project, like a little booklet. And maybe we can get them all printed, since I have to ask kind of whether the funding came through, and maybe that's a way to, since we didn't do field trips, maybe we can spend a little bit of money getting, you know, a couple copies of each one of these projects printed, which would be nice. And then the printing of the main book, so that when you go to a job interview, you have a kind of artifact of the studio, physical artifact, is physical publication of your studio, which will be nice. All right, any questions about that? No? Okay. I think it'll be fun these next 2 weeks to put together a really beautiful book about the work that you did. So I think that will be a kind of interesting, and also your own individual books. I think it's a really good thing to have, both professionally, but also just, you know, so that you have a real tangible reminder of the work that you did, you know, so that when you're my age, you go on your bookshelf and you're like, oh, I did that in 4th year. You're like, oh, look how good I was. It'll be fun. All right, everybody. Thank you for doing such a good job.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Bye, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Bye.
Bye.